Honestly, there is not even time for you to reflect much. The only time you have is to put it into practice, and it starts from this very moment as we live here. So my prayer, as I thank all the distinguished lecturers today, the speakers who have imparted this knowledge for us, is that Chukwu Akadema will continue to refill your fountain of wisdom and knowledge. And that we who have imbibed this, that we will receive the grace from Chukwu Akadema to put it into action, to remove every fear from us, to remove every uncertainty, to remove every shyness, everything that will stop you from preaching Biafra and contributing your quota for us to remove, to get Biafra, that Chukwu Akadema will take it away. And in this place, fill you with all the qualities, even as Moses said he did not know how to speak. But Chukwu Akadema gave him not just the grace to speak, but also able assistance, his brother Aaron, to speak. That wherever we lack, in any form or shape, that we will receive divine grace to be fully equipped to carry out this mission. Because we are called for a special purpose, and that we must achieve. Thank you very much once again, Doc, and your team. Thank you, Barrister Adele, and thank you, Lolo, Caro, and all the distinguished speakers, both those who are virtually with us. Lolo, Kanu, my boss, Austin Abayim, I Peters, our brother, which is a young man with a lot of wisdom. And we find this battle from every ramification, intellectually, physically, spiritually, and otherwise. Thank you. And thank you, and thank you once again on behalf of IPOB UK. And the winner summarized by committing the end of the day to Elohim himself. Open ike na ọbara Chukwu Kabiama. Onye nwanyị na Chineke eze na-edere ọgwụ. Amama amasị amasị ụgbọ narị atụ egwu. Olori ihe lụrụ enyi. Dike na asa onye a na-asị ụna-abịala. Anyị bụ ụmụ gị, ụmụ Chineke, Biafrans, na-enye gị ekele pụrụ iche n'ụbọchị nke taa. Na ọgụgụ isi nke e nyere anyị, na amamihe nke iji chọọ anyị mma. Napụ enye gị ekele na ebere gị na ịhụnanya gị n'ebe anyị nọ. Isaiah na-asị gị otuto na ịja mma. Ịtụrụ ugwu na ndụrụ isi niile dịrị gị n'aha gị. Na-ayọ gị isi eze, biko onye ọbụla onye nke anyị chọrọ, nye nke dị anyị mkpa. Iji mee ka nnụrụ nwaanyị a nke ị nyere anyị kwudosie ike, biko dị anyị ya. Nakwa gị kachasị nke karịrị. O teela anyị gbara mbọ na-ebe akwa na-agagharị ụwa niile maka nnwere onwe a, maka ịhapụ onye ndu anyị nke eji Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Dịka anyị na-eti sọzọ emena, ka anyị na-akpọpụ gị si ọzọ emekwana. N'ime ọnwa nke itoolu anyị nọ n'ime ya, ọ hapụ ịgafe ka onye ndu Nnamdi Kanu wee pụta. Aka ji Amadike aka ga-agbaji Israel. Amadike ga-enwere onwe ya. Biafra ga-enwere onwe ya. Nyekwa anyị ike na ume iji were ozi a gbasara ikwu na ibe ụmụnne anyị ndị ọzọ na ndị na-ekweteghị ha ga-echekwere. N'ihi na agha uche anyị na-alụ bụ agha ọha na eze. Anyị ga-enwe mmeri. Otu niile abụ nke gị. Si n'aha gị Chukwu Akadema. Ise ndị ọrụ.
Okay, everyone gather on the stage. We're going to take a picture and round off. Group picture at the stage,
rounding off for today. We have come to the end of BEAD 2023. So see you next year, 2024 BEAD. Remember, I still remember reporting from Biafra Television.
If you are driving on the way to Southeast, can you do the work of brothers and sisters? If your car is empty. Thank you. Is anybody driving?
Today being 2nd of September 2023, we are having Biafra education program today here in Goldsmith University, London. So starting. So bear with us for the delay we had so far. Everyone join us, hook up. Everyone connect if you want to know the history of our land, Biafra. This is time for you to learn from those that witnessed the war, those that know little or more about our history. Join us as they teach us about our history, about the genocide, and about the humanitarian that helped us during the war, and how to do it better. Everyone join.
Our brother is bringing this hand leaflet for us. So please, at the end of the national anthem, please, can we return it back to him? While that is going on, I call on everybody to be prepared. The hour awaited is here. Yeah. Okay? Please,
you have to stream live.
is anybody taking care of those kids?
He's working. He's working with me. Chichi, I can't do this. Please.
So we will go with me, Remifa. Let me see, to be short at night, and that one, is it what they give you just now? So, okay. So we're starting with me, Remifa, to refresh our voice before we started. Everybody gotten it? Jejema, you got this? No, give it to him, please. We don't need any excuses. And please, as this national anthem is about to go on, while we are singing it, we have to be on our feet. You know, this grammar is not my own. So anyhow I speak it, you should try to understand it. Yeah. Yeah. Please let us stand up. Yeah. All hail! All hail! All hail! Okay, at the count of 3, we start with Miremifa, and after Miremifa, we go to the written.
Changeman, come.
1. Bless those who rule, to serve with resoluteness, to make this land a land of righteousness. All hail Biafra. We go for 2 minutes silence. And we are starting now. Please, I beg each and every one of us that this 2 minutes silence we are going to observe, remember the kind of death our people passed through and are still going through. Remember that there are those who throw their children into the pit alive for them not to be exposed to the enemies. The child died, and so many other things. Please put them in their prayers. We're starting now. Izuru keme Chineke n'izuru keme. Izuru keme agbanwe n'izuru keme. Izuru keme dike na dimkpa n'izuru keme. Izuru keme abụ omeghe mbụ n'izuru keme. Izuru keme chi Nnamdi Kanu n'izuru keme. Izuru keme chi ụmụ IPOB n'izuru keme. Izuru keme chi ụmụ Biafra n'izuru keme. O Chineke izuru keme. Chineke anụrụ ndo. Eze ndị eze dike na dimkpa agbakwuru ezuru ike abụ ihe mbụ. O Chineke izuru keme. Izuru keme Chineke n'izuru keme. Izuru keme abụ ihe mbụ n'izuru keme. Izuru keme dike na dimkpa n'izuru keme. Izuru keme Chike Nnamdi n'izuru keme. Izuru keme Chuma IPOB n'izuru keme. Izuru keme Chumu Biafra n'izuru keme. O Chineke izuru keme. O Chineke abụrụ ihe mbụ. Izuru keme. Onye eche mụrụ. Izuru keme. Onye eche anyị isi. Izuru keme. Onye eche mọnụ. Izuru keme. Izuru keme. Izuru keme. Izuru keme. Izuru keme. May the soul of my mother, the soul of all Biafrans that have departed this world, the soul of those they've killed because of their Biafrans, the soul of those they are killing at this moment as we are speaking because they kill us every second, may their soul find rest in the bosom of Chukwu Okike Abiama. But on the part of those who have hand in their death, in any way, shape or form, may they keep on fighting with them till they are gone and gone forever in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiama. He said.
Thank you, Mike Wajago. As usual, your voice is always golden. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
Please, may we be seated, please. Thank you. For the records, I'm Dr. Onyeka Ekekwe, the Deputy UK National Coordinator. I'm from Aberdeen, Scotland family. The National Coordinator, Chief Nice Wokoro, is on his way here. So I'm going to give a brief welcome address on his behalf. So on behalf of the UK family, I would like to welcome all of us here present to this Biafran Education and Awareness and Dissemination lecture for the year 2023. I also like to say a big welcome to those who are watching us via the Zoom and other media platforms. It's always a delight for me personally to attend any IPOB function. More importantly, also BEAD function. Reason being that we can never overemphasize the place of education and creating awareness in our struggle. And also personally, I also have learned a lot from my senior colleague, Dr. Justice law is Ukachi. All in medical practice, there's always this hierarchy that must always be respected. So I always have a great respect for him. And more so, I also respect him because of how much of Biafran history he has. And he's so comfortable in delivering these histories or historical events. He's so comfortable. The way he does it kind of motivates me to want to learn more. And he has kindly, suggested certain books to me, which I've been reading. So I'm just saying, maybe when I grow up, I would like to be like him. But the importance of education and awareness, for us to understand it, we have to look at how our Biafran struggle under our Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has indeed evolved. For some of us that didn't follow this struggle from onset, from when he started around 2010 or 12, thereabout, I don't want to go to the story of how I joined the IPOB. That's a story for another day. But what is important today for me is for us to be able to go back and look at how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu structured this movement and how this movement has evolved. If we look at that, you will agree with me that BEAD is a very, very important part of the struggle. In the sense that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started with educating us, educating the public, creating awareness before he even went ahead and started making a request that we want Biafra. The first thing he did was to create this awareness, and if he has not created that awareness, I don't think we'll be where we are today. You understand? So many things we are doing today is because of the foundation Mazi Nnamdi Kanu laid by creating education. By that, the education for middle members had his voice and came into the struggle. And also, he created a very strong media presence for IPOB. Because one of the reasons why we lost the 67 to 1970 struggle was because we were not prepared by the media. The frontline media were superior to us, and our voice was stifled. In short, Biafra didn't have a voice, and that is why we lost, majorly we lost that struggle. But now, you can say, by the education and awareness created by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we now have a voice. And we can mirror that to what BEAD is going to do for this struggle. BEAD is a tool for us to reach to not only IPOB members that need to be educated, not only Biafrans, but also equally non-Biafrans. Because if we don't tell our story in our own way, nobody will understand what we are talking about. It's like we are blinking in the darkness. Nobody is seeing what we are doing. So I believe that BEAD has a big role to play here. Not only in UK, but internationally, worldwide, in what we are doing. And I think with time, BEAD must indeed evolve in the same manner. Evolve, to be able to live up to that expectation of what it needs to be doing. In the future, we'd like to see, a bigger audience. We'd like to see a situation whereby we are not only having one in a year program, where we have other events, BEAD organized events that will also educate people. So it's not only for us to come once in a year ritual. I think BEAD should evolve beyond that. Being a yearly ritual should be something that should be done, if not quarterly. I can't say monthly now. At least let's start from quarterly and be doing something along with BEAD. So let me not take much of your time. I would like to once more welcome all of us, and also thank those who have been able to, in a way, organize this. It's not easy to organize an event, and we're going to be improving on it every time. Next year is going to be bigger and more, more educative. But let's be able to listen to today's lecture attentively and learn from it and be able to pass on the knowledge to both non-Biafrans and non-Biafra. Thank you, comrades. All hail Biafra.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to BEAD 2023. First and foremost, I'd like to talk a bit about BEAD. Education, as you know, and as said by Malcolm X, is a passport to the future, but tomorrow belongs to those that prepare for it today. Part of our history, our Biafran history, is not known because we were not taught. We did not have it passed on to us. BEAD, Biafra Education, Awareness, Dissemination, is designed to ensure our history is known by us and then passed on to the next generation to equip them for the future. A need for us to create awareness of Biafra and also tell the tales of our struggles, stories that make us who we are, where we were before now, how we got here, where we are today, what we want, and our restoration goals. As we go about our evangelism drive, we come across various people that ask us questions. Some we answer, others will lack sufficient information required to convince others of our visions, our missions, and our goals for the struggle. BEAD is designed to bridge the gap. When knowledge is insufficient and information required, BEAD creates a platform for empowerment, for education, which is a vital tool for empowerment. This knowledge is important in educating our younger generations about us and our history. Importantly as well, is a projection of the future. I believe, as Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to always remember this. Biafra education, awareness, dissemination would continue to aim at empowering Biafrans and lovers of freedom as we use education to turn our bits of knowledge into pearls of wisdom to enhance the global survival of Biafrans and mankind. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BEAD 2023, Year 5 of BEAD. You're welcome. I'll quickly run through the program of events. The next thing we'll be having is some video clips of Biafran children singing. This is the song they sang during the war as we are being taken from Biafra into the land of safety. We'll watch it and we'll get to learn about that. We have a presentation by our dear brother, Prince JJ Man. After that, we'll have Lolo Karo talk to us about Biafra, unveiling the mysteries of Africa's earlier kingdom. After Lolo Karo has given us an insight in that, we have Dr. Uche Anyanwagu talk to us about Biafran genocide, lessons learned from Armenia's own struggle. We have our friend, our in-law, our brother, Dr. Dele Ogun, a historian and a barrister, who will be telling us the horrible histories and the challenges of resetting the Yoruba-Igbo relationship. For all the way from America, we'll have Dr. Ewa Enoke. Dr. Ewa was one of those veterans that fought during the Biafran War, and he'll talk to us about BOF in diplomatic surgery. That will be his topic for us today. We'll be having our sister Lolo Obimboma, who will be talking to us of the importance of media. Mark of press to Mark press. We'll understand that better when she's speaking. We'll have our sister, myself, who will be talking to us about humanitarian concern and about Bush Miracle. Then we'll have Dr. Justice talk to us about the argument between BEAD and AI, artificial intelligence. It will be interesting for you to learn about that. Then also Dr. Justice will carry on and talk about genocide Nigeria, and we'll understand that when he speaks. All the way from America again, and we'll be having our own veteran. We'll have a veteran corner, and we'll have Mazi Peters of Radio Biafra talk to us about the journey so far, before, during, and after the war. We were having our own Lolo, Uchechi Kanu, have a talk with us. She'll talk to us about issues that she would like to talk to us about. That will be interesting to listen. And we have a member of the US who will speak to us on behalf of the IPOB leadership. Do you agree with me that today is packed full? I know we are starting with apologies, technical hitches, but we try to we try to put in as much information, as much education as we need for today. Just bear with us as we present and write things down. Learn. Let's just learn. Let's just have stories to tell people. We have people watching us from all over the world. This is time they know about Biafra. And when we are asked questions, we don't go back. We stand there and correct all the needs that we need to correct. Talk to people about Biafra, because that's what BEAD is doing for us. We agree we're not taught. This is our time to learn. Education is never too late. I'd like to tell you about the exits, the fire exit. We have one to my right, one at the back, and the comfort room just across this lecture theater. If there's any other questions, feel free to tell me. Welcome. Welcome.
Biafra, freedom. Biafra, freedom. Freedom, Biafra. Freedom, Biafra. I think some of you are sleeping.
No.
All hail
Biafra.
That's better. All hail Biafra. Biafra, freedom. So on the screen are some children with some bread in their hands. They all seem to be wearing the same uniform. But when they left Biafra, they were lying on the floor of transporter planes. I don't know when you last went into a plane, say, fasten your seatbelt. These children were lying on the floor as the plane that brought the food to feed them was flying out empty. Those who were put in that plane are these children. They were so malnourished, that was their last hope. It took 4 to 6 weeks for them to be able to get to the where they are now, to run around and sing even. So the song they're going to sing, some of them are no longer remembered. So we're going to join them and learn this song. It's on the board. So please try your best to sing it with them, because it's continuity. Continuity in that they survived, and one of them, not necessarily someone in that picture, one of those that were flown out was a professor of musicologist or ethnic musicologist, and he was able to listen to these children again who came out with him, and he said some of the songs they sang is no longer remembered by anybody. On the spiritual plane, you know, I'm putting my bishop hat on now, okay? On the spiritual plane, every child has an angel that beholds the face of God. Isn't that what the scripture says? Now imagine each of these children have their angel in front of God, and they're singing this song we're about to hear. I wonder what God's response would be. Okay? That these are children about to die, flown out, and the first song they're singing is praising me. So I think we are blessed. Let's remember that, and God remembers, even if we forget. So let us join in singing this song. We'll try to write it on the board and see if you can sing it with them. So I'm just going to show you a clip of what they are singing. This is, you know, when children, when they're fed. Here we go.
Run around, play. statement that I made there. You won't know here are the words you say or sing. Listen to them. Where did you get it? Makeup. What you got to look at, guys?
So. Okay, so can we sing it now? I think because they were marching, yeah, it was in the war. So I will do some exercise, and it's on the board. Okay, where's Mike? Okay, so we're gonna sing this song. Please stand. Let's sing it in remembrance of the children who suffered. Okay, are we ready? Okay. On 2. 1, 2. Paleta joya,
Ibu onyeze, Yeso joya, abu monyeze. Iwe nani Yeso, nachi eze nenigwe, eze koranine, eze keze. Iwe nani Yeso, nachi eze nenigwe, eze koranine, eze keze. Ibu onyeze, Yesu azaya, abu monyeze. Iwe nani Yesu, nachi eze nenigwe, eze koranine, eze keze. Nani Yesu, nachi eze nenigwe, eze koranine, eze keze.
Please be seated. It's a very good exercise. Oh, gentlemen. You're on. You're not ready.
Okay, this is
Doctor, can you correct that thing, please, so that so what you mean in SNDS, not SNKS.
No, it's
SNDS.
SNDS is one, SNKS. The number of that's what it's signed.
Is it?
I wrote what they signed.
Oh.
It means the same thing. SNDS is the king of kings. SN or SNK, SN means also the same thing.
Gentlemen would get ready, so we'll have Lolo Caro Monday speak to us.
You are recording live from Biafran television.
All hail.
Biafra.
All hail.
Biafra.
Okay, it's time for us to have Okaro Monday, special representative of IPOB, English lawyer. She's here to speak to us. Let us listen and take notes as she speaks. Go Okaro Monday. Thank you, my sister.
Hello, everybody. All hail Biafra. All hail Biafra. Okay, hold on. First slide. Kaanya Bito na Mbito. Kaanya Bito na Mbito. Kaanya Bito na Mbito. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start. Okay. Unraveling the mysteries of Africa's earliest kingdom. Indigenous, what does indigenous mean to you? You can see here I've used indigenous people here in London. I've used this picture rather than using an historic picture to highlight that many, not just Biafran indigenous communities, can be found around the world outside of their lands. As many indigenous people often face unique challenges related to land rights, cultural preservation and social issues. The term indigenous refers to the original, the native inhabitants of a particular region or place. Indigenous peoples are often characterized by their unique culture, language and traditions that have developed over centuries in a geographic area. They have a deep connection to their ancestral lands and are an integral part of the history and heritage of those regions. When you study the ancient history or the original history of a kingdom, you look at languages, archaeological evidence, and botanical evidence. As you see here, the Biafra languages were not originally written in the invaders' English or Latin letters, rather as symbols. The symbols in the center are from a part of the Cross River family languages. When you study languages, you look at how they've developed over time. The fact is that the neighbouring countries to Biafra speak very different languages. Scholars studying Igbo languages reason that the languages have not been carried in from somewhere else, that they are in fact original languages without a parent language, so to speak. So they are a first language. Interestingly, in archaeological studies of Egypt, these symbols have been found. It was also discovered that Egyptians, how they like to describe black dwarf-like people, were captured from the cradle of Biafra Neri and brought to Egypt as it thought to be a blessing of good luck. Archaeological findings help shed light on the history, artistry, and cultural practices of the Igbo people in ancient times. They provide valuable insights into the complexity and sophistication of Biafran civilization before the arrival of the Europeans in West Africa. The invention of agriculture and the use of tools is of fundamental importance in history. Archaeological evidence of Igbo Biafran history and cultural points to more than 10,000 years before Christ. So to put that in perspective, that's 7,000 years before the first dynasty of Egypt, the first pharaoh of Egypt existed. This is the icon monoliths. Have I said it correct? Icon, sorry. The icon monoliths found in Cross River are massive stone sculptures with carvings and inscriptions that are believed to date back to 2,500 years before Christ. Igbo Orca, located in Anambra, is famous for, you can't forget this one, this is the most popular one. Igbo Orca, located in Anambra, is famous for its archaeological discoveries dating back to the 9th century. These include intricate bronze and copper artifacts, just such as sculptures, jewelry, pottery, which showcase the advanced skills of the Igbo people. The bronzes, some of the bronzes were discovered 25 miles south of Venetia, sifted by the late Professor Thurston Shaw, and are almost certainly linked to the kings of Neri. This one shown here, a burial of an easy Neri, also found in Ibaoka. Held artifacts, the artifacts that were found in this tomb show that Biafrans were trading with Europe and India 300 years before Mungo Park, Goldie, or Lugard, or any of these people arrived in the land. These are some of the terracotta artifacts that have been discovered in Biafra land, especially in Liege. These are just examples, they're not necessarily from Liege, but Biafra land has yielded terracotta figurines and artifacts that provide insights into the region's ancient histories. And also, when I was looking at Liege, I noticed that they have the world's oldest iron melting pot, but that was another side note. Next one. I'm going to have trouble pronouncing this one. Ogunike. How do I pronounce it? Ogunike caves, the wonder in the heart of Anambra, have been used by Biafran Igbos for centuries for religious and cultural purposes. These caves contain artifacts and inscriptions that suggest their historical significance, but we cannot precisely know how long they've actually been in existence. Once a year they hold a celebration known as Yimi Ogba, and it's held in the cave. You can see the people here, that's what they're doing, as a sign of devotion to the spirituality of the cave itself. Here we have the King of Portugal, John II. He lived from 1455 to 1495, and he was the one who sent the Portuguese explorers to Africa, travelling firstly to the Congo River, South Africa, and setting up fortresses to maintain Portuguese control in Africa, like the fortress of St. John at Mina, which is near Benin, and it actually, the translation of it means mining for gold, Mina. So they were looking for gold. In 1485, King John assumed the title of Lord Guinea, and Portugal coined the name Benin. However, they did not coin the name Biafra, which many believe is the truth. While all this was happening, Pope Alexander VI granted Spain all the lands that were supposedly discovered. King John protested and signed the Treaty of Tordesillas. This treaty unknowingly allowed Portugal later to claim Brazil in the future. We also know from writings of Duarte and other Portuguese that King John forbade anybody to write or map the lands of what they called Ethiopia, and they sent an explorer to visit these lands over route from going to India and to Ethiopia, because King John was a devout Christian, and they were searching for the Garden of Eden. The writer Duarte, who lived 1460 to 1533, his writings were published after his death. He wrote about the Igbo inhabitants on the hinterland, which was densely populated, growing sugar, having had elephants and a large abundance of good fine pepper. In these lands he also spoke of the inhabitants being God-fearing, circumcised on the 8th day and baptized on the 15th day. This is Elizabeth I of England, not of Great Britain, but the first of England. In 1597, she sent the first English ships to West Africa. The first ships went to Ethiopia with her subject Lawrence Ordersely to ask the emperor, and by extension him and the other kings and princes of the nations and kingdoms within Ethiopia and Abyssinia, for permission for England to enter their lands. And this was before Great Britain was formed, so they were almost begging for a visa. How times have changed.
I tell you.
And then if we go up one, this is a map of Abyssinia and Ethiopia. And as you see there, you see Biafra. It is spelled with an A, and I'll explain why in a second. There's Biafra with its elephants, by the way, which we mentioned before. If we go up one, yes, this is Alfred Dapper. He's the Dutch physician, writer, and geographer. He was the one that actually drew that map, the previous one before. Yeah, so, and that's why Biafra is spelled differently, because he's Dutch. Biafra is spelled the way we know it is actually the English spelling. In 1834, a map of Africa was drawn by the British map maker John Arrowsmith, and it included Biafra. In 1843, there came a global report which claimed that Britain was changing the world maps. The changes affected Biafra, Liberia, and Australia. And in 1844, that same previous map maker, John Arrowsmith, the same cartographer, published maps, and there was no Biafra. That was the year Biafra disappeared from the map.
Wow.
Next one. We're going to touch on slavery. Obviously, we now know the English are there, and the French, Portuguese, Spanish, and they're running into slavery. This is just examples of slavery pictures. The next one, please, being sold there. From Bonnie, yeah, sorry, should have pointed that out. This is the sale of the child from Bonnie. To Montego Bay, actually. Sorry, can I go back 1 second? So Montego Bay is Jamaica. So this person's gone to Jamaica for sale. Okay, and they've come from Bonnie. Which brings us to the next one. Right, so the Bight of Biafra, 30.1%, the amount of percentage of total number of slaves that were being taken. When you look at the other countries like Sierra Leone, 4.3%. What else we got there? Gold Coast. So the Gold Coast covered Ivory Coast and quite a long distance across there, 18.4%. So Biafra was the highest. So if you meet any
Jamaican,
what should I call them, Afro-Americans, or anybody in the UK that doesn't know their background, or anybody in the Caribbean, 1 out of 3 of them is going to be Biafran.
Indeed.
Certainly with time has moved on, I would imagine most are related to Biafra now. Okay. In 1877, George Goldie Taubman travelled to the Delta region. It was here he brought together various British companies trading there to form the United African Company in 1879. The company was renamed the United African Company was also a slave company. The company was renamed the National African Company in 1882. See, they're trying to wash off that stigma. And in 1886, the company received a charter of incorporation as the Royal Niger Company. Nations in Biafra objected. They were so hostile where the people of Onitsha, the Royal Niger Company, had to evacuate in 1897. And in 1882, the HMS Split destroyed Asaba and some of its neighbouring towns in reprisal of the destruction of one of their stores. 1883, hundreds of Biafrans were killed in the town of Abo. 1886, the company attacked villages in Delta. In 1897, this letter was sent. The note on the top, Biafra, written on it. If you look up this address, I looked up this address, Surrey House, Victoria Bankman. This is actually Westminster's government offices. Yeah. It was the power of the gun over the people that led to the signing of trade treaties for protection by Britain and brought them underneath the Royal Niger Company. This year is 1897.
Imagine.
1897.
No.
And then in 1900, and in 1900, the Royal Niger Company was taken over completely by the British government for the total sum of £865,000.
That's how they say. Can we buy back? How much about Nigeria? These students.
Its territory, they sold it, and then its territories were incorporated along the Niger coast, the colony of Lagos, parts of Cameroon are named by the Empire of Britain, southern Nigeria, while the northern portion was given the name Northern Nigeria. In a colonial service dinner in 1913, the Secretary of State of Britain humorously summarized the financial dependency of the North and the reasons given for the amalgamation. He said, "We have released Northern Nigeria from the lending strings of the Treasury. The promising and well-conducted youth is now on an allowance on his own and is about to effect an alliance with a southern lady of means. I have issued the special consent, and Sir Frederick Lugar will perform the ceremony. May the union be fruitful and the couple constant. The Nigerias are not designed to be a great trust, but a great federation." So there's the colonialists. They amalgamate. They married you all together, literally called it the union be fruitful and the couple constant. And they did it because the North was pulling the financial money from Britain. They were not getting what they wanted. The southern lady, the southern proctorate, is the lady of means. She had the wealth. She'd marry the North, and then Britain would be happy. If you recall at the start of the presentation, we said indigenous communities often face unique challenges related to lands, and Britain is keeping fighting to keep this couple constant. In mobilizing the people of Nigeria during the Biafra War, the federal government invented the slogan "To keep Nigeria one is an attack that must be done." Here, it was made more friendly and put task. So, but when Go On actually came out with the phrase, it was attack. To keep Nigeria one is an attack that must be done. And yes, and of course we know that Barack Obama did this one here. And that's me for now. Thank you very much, everyone. That's leading you to the Biafra War.
Is that the best we can do?
Wonderful.
We have been enriched.
Yes.
And you and we started at the beginning, so to see how it all kicked off. Exactly. That's why we're here. That's why we come for BEAD. Nambu. I think we need to acknowledge in our presence one of the eminent historians I think he was listening attentively to what Carol was saying. Just make sure we are getting it all right. So I'm really delighted and privileged to welcome our brother and our in-law, Dele Ogu, who is here to join us at today's meeting. He will soon talk to us about the history. Well, he will talk about that when it's his turn. Thank you very much for coming, Dele. You're blessed. All right, so we're going to now ask JJ Man to come because Biafrans like to sing, isn't that right? Every opportunity we have. Okay, JJ Man, please come in and join us. Okay.
Okay, brother.
I'm happy to be here again. Last year I was here, you know, and I'm happy to be here again. BEAD is BEAD. I will always be BEAD. Yeah, it's a privilege to be here. Yes, we are going home. Biafra is going home. I want you to know, you know, the zoo where democracy died on May 29, 2023. I hope you are aware. And they are going to bury the zoo. The judiciary is going to bury the zoo this September. Are you aware? So, get ready to go home. Biafra is going home. I have a song I want to present. You know, don't forget, who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu? Who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu? I'm not hearing you. Who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu? We cannot forget. If they forget, we cannot forget. All right? So the song I have is especially for him, Buhari, and for our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because when they kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, they thought it was over. But we are asking them, come to your court, they are running away. Okay? Kenya on the run, Nigeria on the run, everybody is on the run. You see? That is it. The court, we have defeated them in their court. Everywhere we have defeated them. So we are going home. Oh, hey! Let's go! Buhari say bye-bye, it's alright. Go kwa ho, also go when we are go. Kidnapper president, kidnapper president, kidnapper president, kidnapper president, Mr. Balog, kidnapper say Baba, when the boom body, kidnapper president, when Buhari enter. Buhari Bojoshi ole, Buhari ole oh, parawo. When the boom body yo, Buhari yo. Who kidnap Omaro Diko Buhari? London police now Buhari Chogare, Buhari. I don't where is the name Kanepu Chai Buhari Buro Hamadike Nnamdi Kanu Osa Baba go run Buhari running fly on the mountain like Kenya, Nigeria, run. Come to your photo, Buhari, also. To your case, Buhari, also. Come to your photo, no. Buhari also throw evidence. Buhari also boom boom kamba. No. Kidnapper president Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Obi kidnapper president Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Mr. Balog Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Egwene Bumadio, kidnapper president Buhari, when Buhari enter, don't enter, run. Go do it there for Zamfara, na Zamfara get Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, oil and gas for Niger Delta, double bomb pipeline ninja, na Nigeria get Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari. One Nigeria, one day the one baboon, the shop, you baba. You just say you get sense, okay? You need to beggar. You get up for Nnamdi, not the Kanu. Oyama. Also, Baba, run. Buhari running, fire on the mountain, Kenya, Nigeria, run. Come to your court, Buhari, also, prove your case, Buhari, also, come to your court, no. Oh yeah, boom, kama, Buhari, also, no evidence, Buhari, also, boom, kama, no. Kidnapper president Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Obi kidnapper president Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Mr. Balog Buhari, kidnapper president Buhari, Egwene Bumadio, kidnapper president Buhari, when Buhari enter, don't enter, run. Chobara megwe, Chobana Buhari, God bless. Thank you so much.
Understand, Lord. He's also a historian, written so many books, and I urge you to read that. I think I will say that he probably headed or you started a fatherland group, and those, if I use the term Nigerian, I don't want you guys to get too excited. He gathers those intelligent Nigerians, and they can think and straighten issues, and if you're on the forum, you'll be able to understand the amount of depth of thinking. Because now rumors having it that Nigerians have some clever people, some intelligent people, and we're going to work out one day why the country is not working. But Dele is trying to come up with some ideas of how do we all live in peace. And you'll have heard something called the Orange Union. It is better than I am. But today he's going to join us and look at the relationship between the Yorubas and the Igbos, which is what I call part of the tripod in Nigeria. Now, the most important thing from our point of view is our in-law. So we're already biased. So he's come to share with us some insight about how, the relationship between Yorubas and Igbo. Someone tried to put a wedge, and you understand why they're putting a wedge. I think it was the Romans who started divide and rule. So some people perfected it. So if you're thriving, they want to bring a wedge. And hopefully It will tell us why some Biafrans or Easterners went to America and the Europeans came to London to study. So you can imagine what's going to happen when those two try to be in the same country. Without stealing his thunder, please give a warm welcome to our able I think you want to sit or stand, I don't know. Your best. Thank you very much.
I'll try and speak without the microphone.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's loud enough for your recording, because I prefer my hands to be free. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for the warm welcome. I have to state from the outset that the fact that I am an in-law has no bearing on the conclusions that I've come to based on my work as a historian, reinforced by my daily practice as a trial lawyer. You see, what trial lawyers and historians have in common is the investigation of evidence with a view to reconstructing what has happened. And we're reconstructing it today on the basis of the available evidence. And the other commonality is this, that when people come to court, they come saying, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But you and I know that the truth is somewhere in between what they actually say in the witness box. As it is for witnesses in trials, so it is for historians. Because historians set out to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But in actual fact, if you pay attention to the detail, if you're skilled in identifying the key facts and connecting the dots, you will find in between the narratives is the true story. So what I'm hoping to share with you today is the true story of what I've titled the horrible history. The horrible history of the relationship between my people, the Yoruba, and your people, the Igbos, especially in the light of the most recent manifestation, which was the recently concluded, I call it selection. We don't do elections in Nigeria. It is selection. The S is at the beginning of the word rather than at the end. Outcomes are determined and then they work strategies to deliver that outcome. But where did it start? I've challenged many of the noisy members from both camps, both sides of the Niger. Now, let us trace the genesis of this hostility. Where did it start? How old is it? We don't share a border. We have the Edo people in between us. If there was supposed to be serious rivalry, we'd expect it to be between the near neighbors. Where is the record of any war between the Igbos and the This never happened. So the history is actually very recent indeed in relative. If you look for any evidence at all of hatred, rivalry between Igbo and Yoruba, before the year 1930, you will not find it. I've challenged it. Bring the evidence. Let's see what happened. So that's the key period, the 1930s. So what is it that happened in the 1930s that has now generated all this angst and acrimony and hostility which reached the peak in the recent election? Now let me give context. When I was thinking about this, I said, how do we reconstruct and rebuild the relationship between Igbo and Yoruba, which must be rebuilt if we're going to secure a better life for all of our children. I thought it was going to be a very difficult problem to crack, but it isn't. But once you understand it and where it's coming from, it's actually very easy. Who are the noisemakers? let me assure you, the ones who are pointing fingers and shouting hate at each other are not the self-determinationists. Those who are seeking self-determination for their people. Whether IPOB, who are only interested in self-determination for their people, or Odua Republicans, who are interested, genuinely interested only in self-determination for their people. They want their Yoruba nation. They don't care about anything else. Likewise, on the Igbo side, they want the Igbo nation. They want self-determination. The rivalry is not at that level. They speak; those ones are speaking the same language. They want the same outcome. They are fellow travelers on the same journey out of the artificial construct that we have been numbered with. Who are the other ones? And you sometimes hear them declaring that they are Yoruba nationalists, Igbo nationalists, but they are 419 one Nigerians masquerading as national. They're the ones who are competing for the crumbs, the one Nigeria thing. They are hustling for office. And because there's only one seat, you know, it's like a children's game of musical chairs. Even your own children, if you organize musical chair game between them and start reducing the seats, when it gets down to that one seat that's left, they may love each other as siblings. But for that one seat, there'll be elbows and everything you see. And that is what Nigeria reduces. What Nigeria reduces our political coexistence to. The struggle to occupy that one seat when there are 371 nations that were lumped together to make Nigeria. So clearly some nations, some ethnic groups are never going to occupy that seat. Never. And it's got down to the level because the way the British constructed the entity in 3 big blocks. The north controlled by the Fulani, and Hausa is just attacked. The British from Anglo-Saxon, they just tag it, make them look like one team. That is essentially the Fulani. Igbos as the bigger block in the east, Yoruba as the big block in the west. It's the struggle to occupy that once. What they had done, of course, is whereas to begin with, there was northern Nigeria as a block, southern Nigeria as a block. Now they amalgamated Yoruba land with Igbo land in 1906. Only then in the 1930s to separate politically what they had joined together by cutting southern Nigeria into eastern and western. There was no eastern and western before 1939. See where it's coming from. When I say the 30s, is the period to look at when you're looking for the genesis of this modern crisis. But it is because the obedience and the Baptists are struggling for the occupation of that city that they cannot be part of. It's winner takes all. It's either one group occupies it or the other group. One group occupies it, the other one loses. But self-determinationists, those who are focusing just on their nation, wish self-governance for their nation, there's no quarrel at that level. That is where the Orange Union concept comes in, because some of us have researched this issue to its very roots in terms of its genesis. And then we have to think about the solution. The solution, we have to be realistic. One solution has been tried, which was Biafra, which was the breakout. But who locked Biafra in? Let not the North, I tell them, let not the North deceive themselves that they won the war. Or even the North in alliance with the Yoruba, they won the war. That's nonsense. It was never their war. It was a proxy. It was Harold Wilson. It was to lock everybody in, not just the Igbos. It was supposed to be an example and a warning to anybody else who should come along and try that this will be the consequence. Not just in Nigeria, right across. It was a sacrifice on the altar of the Berlin Conference, because that's when those nonsense and artificial entities were designed. And the idea, the understanding between them, nobody gets out. For fear of the domino theory. One falls, the rest will. We know they're still there. That's why there's not the so-called Organization of African Unity. To swear a blood oath, those borders will be restored. And that remains the reality today. So we've got to be pragmatic, we've got to be strategic. This is where the Orange Union concept comes in, because when you think about the orange, it is a union. The skin represents the union. But underneath the skin, you see the segments. You see the Igbo segment, you see the Yoruba segment, the Ijaw segment, etc. Together they make the whole. But each is compact and self-contained. The skin wrapping. That is a completely opposite concept to what we've been running with, where we've been looking for a Superman who could do everything for everybody. It becomes nothing with anyone else. Again, there's the apple. So if you look at the apple, you peel the skin. Underneath, it's one indistinguishable mass. That works for people who speak one language, share one faith, have one history, have common heroes. We must not allow ourselves to continue to be deceived by pursuing that forward. The Orange Union gives the self-determinations what they want. Igbos will run Igbo nation. Yoruba will run Yoruba nation. The presidency, what happens to the presidency? Well, let me throw a challenge here. Who can tell me? I'll give you one copy of each of my books.
We need the presidency for the Fulani. Wait, hold on. We need the question. Good is there.
You want the question? That's the question. And no Googling.
Okay.
5 seconds. The name of the president of Switzerland.
It's a lady.
I said the name of the president of Switzerland.
She's a lady.
I don't care if it's a lady. These days, this question is ready.
Oh God, huh? You Google it.
Huh?
Jacinda Ardern.
Jacinda Ardern. Somebody Google it for me. He's a referee.
I know it's a lady.
Google it. You see, subject to checking the questionable answer from my friend. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
And what is the significance of the point that I'm making? Switzerland is an Orange Union.
Oh, okay.
They have Germans, they have Italians, they have French, they have Romance.
Wow.
There's no struggle for the one seat because the center becomes inconsequential. It's ceremonial. So we have to refocus the energies of our people. Those of you are the leaders of thought amongst your people. Did you hear that, my friend? You didn't win. But you've helped me to prove the point that nobody knows. And that's what we have to get to as far as the new Nigeria. We may change that name because the events in Niger are helping us to understand what is the nonsense of this name Nigeria. Because if you're not careful, It will be said Nigerian.
Yeah. Yes.
So which one are you? Are you Nigerian or Nigerian? What nonsense is that? Is that an identity that our children should run with? But let me come back to the concern. I've given you the solution. Where we need to get to on the journey, the destination. You can see there's common ground between Igbo and Yoruba, the genuine national. We're content with our segment of glory. We know that you will be content with the segment of your segment of the Ijaw, the Hausa, the Guni, all of them. And they will be content. The ones who are not looking to take what belongs to others. There will still be commonality. But the skin of the orange wraps everybody. You get nutrition from that. Just like in Switzerland, even in the European Union. And dare I say, even in the architects of our misfortune, Britain. It's an orange union.
Yeah, that's true.
You have the Scottish Parliament. You have the Welsh Assembly. You have the Northern Ireland Assembly. You have Westminster, which is really the English Parliament. Instead, they'll be given financial aid, knowing that that will do nothing. They will just leap straight back out. All Blair needed to do in 1999, in the run-up to 1999, was to share the lessons of devolution, which gave birth to the Scottish Parliament, Welsh Assembly, Northern Ireland Assembly. He knew this. He knew the answer. But lend the answer, share the answer. That's all they needed to do. But because Nigeria serves their interest, we continue to leak resources, material and human. You see the exodus of our people. So let's go back to the context. I have a few quotations I want to share with you to help you to understand the context. The 1930s. This was Churchill, 23rd of September, 1930. They all think that we are down and out. My only interest in politics is to see this position retrieved. A new and strong assertion of Britain's right to live and right to reign with her empire, splendid and united. Not just to live, but to reign with her empire. But that was the agenda, 1930. He intended to make 1933, this is a quotation from another book, he intended to make 1933 the year in which he stopped the surrender of empire. Empire was never supposed to end. Let's move to the 1940s. It's a quotation I picked up from one of their most brilliant minds, a gentleman called Simon Jenkins, former editor of the Times newspaper, Sunday Times newspaper. A brilliant detective. He said the first majority Labour government that took office in 1945 was unlikely to champion devolution of any sort. The 1945 government was the most emphatically unionist ever seen. Edward I would have been proud to see the English Empire reborn. Labour's manifesto deplored any concession to sectional interest. This is the political framework within which colony Nigeria existed. 1950s is where the so-called decolonization started. In my book, The Fatherless People, I explained the real genesis of decolonization, what actually led to it, not the nonsense winds of things that we were told that Macmillan was delivering, that they just decided that it'd be a nice thing to decolonize. It doesn't happen. Britain's hopes of, this was one of the colonial secretary, Alan Lennox Boyd. Britain's hopes of resisting pressure for rapid constitutional change rested largely on exploiting the tensions between the northern region and the two southern regions. You heard that?
Two southern regions.
He said, I felt strongly that the conservatism of the North in a predominant position would be more likely to ensure stability and slow down constitutional change. None of the main parties could afford to be seen to be retarding the achievement of independence by insisting upon redrawing the regional boundaries. You remember the Willings Commission report? But they said no change. Nigeria should be released onto the so-called independence waters as structured. Whereas they were the ones who had constructed this nonsense and had the power and the authority of rationalizing before independence, in inverted commas. He told the cabinet that the differences between the peoples of the different regions were probably irreconcilable. That is true, they knew. The differences were irreconcilable. You are struggling for the one chair, the one seat. How are you going to reconcile? Power is like a football. If you try and cut it up, it ceases to be a football. It loses its essence and vitality. The two southern regions found themselves having to compete with each other for the privilege of being the junior partner in a coalition dominated by northern politicians. Isn't that the history that we've been? Yes. Isn't that what is still going on even in the last round of selections? Didn't I say that it was a struggle for the crown from the table of one Nigeria? That the Baptists and the obedience are indulging on? This is 1950s, and it's still alive today, 2030. And what about the so-called constitutional conferences? What about those? What can I tell you about this? This was another colonial administrator, a gentleman called Sir Rex Nnamdi. In all, Nigeria had 5 constitutions between 1946 and independence in 1960. And we, notice the word we, spent a lot of time working on drafts to see that to the maximum progress that could be given was properly expressed in the British orders in camp. The draftsmen were here. It wasn't you Nigerians drafted. They decided how much, like a dog on a leash, how much to release. The fact was, of course, that we ourselves were so bound up in Nigeria, and it was so integral in part of our lives, that we were more Nigerian than the Africans themselves. And we knew very much more about the country than they did. What do you know about Yoruba land? What do I know about Igbo land? Before we even get to the north, to say that you're one nation. No, nothing. We even struggle to know our own land. But those who constructed Nigeria, of course, they knew. They'd done the anthropologists had done the investigations, the research, had the records, known exactly which ethnic group responds to what pressures and what inducements. So it's very easy to play one off against the other. Here's another group. Another colonial secretary. MacLeod realized that the Constitutional Conference had to be his main instrument if it was to achieve relatively peaceful decolonization. During a succession of such conferences, almost all held at Lancaster House. If you don't know where Lancaster House is, go and Google it when you get back and visit it. That's where all the constitutional conferences were held. And you know that the room was bugged. Their rooms, their bedrooms were bugged. They knew what our so-called representatives were thinking and saying to themselves before they arrived in the morning with the colonial secretary in charge of the district. What shall we do about Nigeria? It was like playing with children. But this, our generation, we now know. During a succession of such conferences, almost all held at Lancaster House, MacLeod brokered and fixed the balance of power between African nationalists and European settlers. This was across Africa, it wasn't just Nigeria. That's why it's referring to African nationalists, European settlers. This is how it happened for Kenya, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, all at the same Lancaster. So he brokered and fixed the balance of power during the extremely delicate transitional phase to majority rule and eventual independence. As he later candidly said of this process, he really decided the election at the conference table, not at the polling booths. You see, if the numbers had been rigged, such that one bloc was said to have a greater population than the rest through rigged census results, the elections are neither here nor there. The results have already been predetermined at the conference. During the Biafran War, there's an interesting gentleman who was the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. His name was Sir David Kanu. If you don't know him, look him up. He was a very brilliant man, academic. Oxford Don in ancient history. The beauty of history is that nothing that happens today has not happened before. And if you are Don in ancient history, then you know divide and rule back from the days of the Romans, the history before that, then dealing with the new generation is like child's play. He was an expert in military intelligence. And after the fighting in the Biafra War, he was responsible for the official version of the history of the war. Sorry, that's an error. He was actually responsible after the end of the Second World War. He was responsible for the official history of the Second World War. He was the one who was deployed as ambassador to. He was also, you know, the contest mastermind of Great Britain. He won it, and not only did he win it, they then have a contest where they bring the winners together to compete between themselves. And he won that. So he was the mastermind of masterminds. And he was the British High Commissioner to Nigeria during the Biafra. So dealing with the Gowans was like, following the path of Lugard and Budilong, who had been sent to manage Uganda first before becoming High Commissioner to Nigeria. where in Project Unicord, that's a very important word, Unicord. Look it up, that word. That's a project. Tie it together. He would apply the finishing touch to the Nigeria project in the context of the West Africa policy. He then also, if I was right in the first, he did also then write the official history of the Biafra. And the final quotation I want to share with you is from one of their leading historians, a lady called Linda Collins. Because when you seek to understand, say, I'm highlighting all these colonial acts, and people often say, well, you're blaming them. What about the Nigerians? When do we take responsibility? Can't keep blaming them. And there's an interesting quotation that I picked up from her book, which is very true. He said, for the British, the business of making and maintaining empire always involved dependence on non-whites and non-Christians, and not merely the experience of ruling. Even God works through human agency. And so once the script and the plan has been devised, then you identify the local actors who play the roles. And rest assured, they were diligent in identifying who would play which role. They really know. They really do know. But that is the modern world. Even in your businesses, before you let somebody in, you say you want to employ somebody, don't you take the trouble to investigate and interview them and interrogate them in order to try and know whether they'll play the role that you have in mind for them? You just open the door and let anybody in. You study carefully. And that will enable you to decide how your team should be assembled. So when it now comes down to the Azikiwe, they had studied him very, very. And if you read his book, his autobiography, My Odyssey, he's actually very transparent. The struggles that he went through, to the point that he has become so vulnerable as to be liable to be used by this. That is reality. You have to encourage your people to make a distinction between Azikwe the man, the Igbo man, and the Igbos. Because the temptation is to say that any criticism of Azikwe is criticism of the Igbos. And that anything Azikwe did was what the Igbos did. There is that distinction because he had become vulnerable. I see him, when I look at the history, I see him in the same role as we the Yoruba see Afonja. Yes, he was Yoruba.
He was betrayed.
But he reached higher, sought assistance to get that fruit that was beyond his reach, left to his own resources. And the consequence was we lost, ever since. The same is true of Azikwe. And it's not people saying it's about him. He at least wrote the book such that those who can join it up with all the background information can now see what was really going on. And this is why he ended up, and Igbos afterwards, ended up studying in America, is the point that I made to Justice. Because it's part of this knocking heads together. You know, we in diaspora, look at us here, Igbo and Yoruba together. In those days, the first generation of Igbos that were coming through, and remember it was the 1930s, they were coming through because the game plan was to fast track Igbo development in order to compete with the Yoruba. Yoruba, not because we were any more intelligent or educated, it's only because the missionary presence in Abeokuta had given us a head start in terms of the exposure to Christianity. The Arochukwu War wasn't until 1901, 1902. So round about the same, the conquest of Sokoto Caliphate started in 1903. It was about the same time. They were dealing with the coastal areas first. And then the interland problem. So, whereas Yorubas have been studying in London, Igbos were now in America. That's why my wife's university, UNM, had such an American influence. Well, we're all part of that game. And of course, they're cousins. You know, at the intelligence level, they share notes. And you've heard about the concept of the 5 eyes. Have you? No? The 5 eyes is their intelligence network amongst their Anglo-Saxon people. Britain, America, New Zealand, Australia, Canada. 5 eyes. Intelligence sharing. Mutual support. Such that if there's somebody that they want to use in one territory, it's easy for them to, so you don't trace it. So let it be done over there. So the idea was to, as part of this agenda of knocking Igbo and Yoruba heads together, if we're studying in diaspora together, we will intermarry, we will have relationships, we'll become friends. But if one group is studying there, another group is studying over there, then it becomes easy to knock their heads together. So that the caliphate can have, it's almost like the parting of the Red Sea, where Moses you part the waters so they can pass through. Likewise, parting the southern waters, such that the caliphate could walk through very comfortably. In the meantime, our obedience and our battles are struggling for the crumbs from the master's table. The knowledge, you see, all these things, every problem is solvable once you understand it. It looks impossible to begin with because it's so complex. I mean, you see the kind of mind, mastermind of masterminds, and that was merely the High Commissioner. The brain power that's dedicated to the task. And thankfully, this generation, I helped to understand what really happened by modern events. We now understand the concept of proxy war like never before. Not so? Yes. Because of the Ukraine thing. So where would little Ukraine want to go and fight Russia? Left to itself. But when, say, we'll give you the weapons, we'll give you the money, and we're behind you. And when you fight them finish, we'll let you in to NATO. By which time there's no more Ukraine anyway. So this is the reality of power at the power line. Always look below, beneath, and behind the headline narrative. Remember, it is like those witnesses who come to court and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But the real story lies somewhere in between. And those who do not have your interests at heart will always, just like we've seen in the Ukraine coverage, the mainstream media, they have a narrative to push. And so that's the story that you'll be hearing. So that really is the background to the horrible history. But you can see that the history is not as horrible as it might appear. That underneath, Igbos and Yoruba really have no quarrel. Just beware of the Baptists and the obedience, the ones who are struggling for the crumbs from the master's table. Don't let them confuse us and our people about our real interests, our common interests in creating a humane living space for our people. We're not asking for it. But the daily sacrifice, this daily bloodletting that Nigeria entails is what we want to move away from. The irony is that they think with narratives that we were indulging in human sacrifice. Well, think about how many humans have been sacrificed on the altar of one Nigeria. Biafra alone. Even if we were indulging in human sacrifice back in the day, which we don't believe, just think, who really indulges in human sacrifice? Ain't us, ain't we Africans. It's those who brought their barbarism to our space and called it civilization. We need to, the way forward is the way back. When you've lost your way, you have to retrace your steps. And to retrace your steps, it means going back towards the Igbo nation, self-contained, self-sufficient. Yoruba nation, self-contained, self-sufficient. At peace with one another, coexisting. But the key to it is the Constitution. You heard what I said about the way how many constitutions they drafted for us. Lancaster Gate, Lancaster House, Lancaster House. It's only when we, the Igbos, the Yorubas, and all the other 370, have that Orange Union Constitution, that will be ours. Because Blair did not tell us the answer. He could have. It was not. We worked it out ourselves. And now we've worked it out. It is for us to implement. The idea of one Nigeria can't be defeated by complaints, arguments. It can only be defeated by a superior idea. An idea that our people say, yes, that is us. And that's Orange Union, is that idea. It gives those who would be secessionists what they want. It gives self-determination what they want. I thank you for the opportunity to address your esteemed organization. Keep up your good work. You're few in number, but you're mighty in impact. And all meaningful change is engineered by the few. I just returned from China. And as a historian, I took special interest in their own struggle to break free of the colonial contamination. and it was not huge numbers, but a determined group, armed principally with knowledge and understanding of the real nature of the problem, that enabled them to get to the point now of the Chinese miracle. They did it. We can do it too. Yes, if there are questions, I'll be happy to.
Anyone has some questions? Yes.
What? I'll take that one by one.
IPOB, IPOB, one family. Our brother, I appreciate you. You were here last year, and you're here again. And this will not be the last time you will come here. You're a man of deep knowledge. We appreciate you. I have a question. You talked about the Orange Union, which is practiced in Switzerland and the UK in advance. Before Nigerian independence, I think we knew that it was agreed that they would practice self-internal government in the major three regions in Nigeria. And after independence, it was practiced briefly. Why was it stopped? That's the question. The other question I have is for Kanu. No, Kanu, you showed us a screen, a letter, which was 1897, and that letter. Biafra was written very, very clearly on the front of it. Is there any way we can get the content of that letter?
Yes, let me deal with my question.
Because of time factors, those are the only two questions. Because they're not really much coming. Then with us, we'll come back.
The so-called regional arrangement. What happened? Well, those arrangements are very different from the Orange Union in this respect, which answers your question as to what happened. You see, your freedom is only as real, your rights only as real as your power to defend them. What they set up in the Lancaster House arrangements, they gave us the 3 regions, was a structure where there was power imbalance. Because law is one thing. Law only gets you up to a certain point. When law and justice collide with power, there's only one winner. In the Orange Union, every ethnic group will have its own military force to be able to defend its constitutional rights, so that nobody can wake up one morning on the basis of physical punches in the Western Region Assembly and declare a state of emergency. And then from there we cascade to the January 15, 1966 coup. So I do remind my people, my Yoruba people, that coup that we say it was an Igbo coup, it was that coup that stopped the bloodletting that was taking place in the Western region. I've explained in my book, The Fabulous People, that it was not an Igbo coup. That is part of the propaganda. It was a revolutionary coup that was then hijacked. But the reason why you see coups happening right, left, and center across West Africa now, why? Is because of the fraudulent constitutional arrangement. You see, once there's a genuine constitution that everybody genuinely signs up to, because they see their interests protected in that. They see their identity and their history protected in that. There's equilibrium and there's... But as I said, agreements have to be backed by the capacity to enforce whatever rights have been considered. So that's 1960 Constitution. That's a lot of them. There was nothing there.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot of you doing in the Carol, you'll be able to answer later. Bear with us. She has responded already. Thank you. Okay, we've got Prof. Ewa Kiri, we've got Mazi and our own Lolo Uchechi waiting to address us. We're going to bring them on and see if we can address those who are waiting. In 15 minutes, Lolo Uchechi will talk to us. We're privileged to hear from her. So I'm going to ask, we've got 15 minutes. So why don't we do a light entertainment? Let's do BEAD versus AI, because it's a short one. And then two of you will come on. And then, because we have targeted timing. So please bear with us. Let's just confirm that those on Zoom can hear us. Okay? Lolo, can you hear us at all? Okay. You are muted, I think. You mute. Excellent. Thank you very much. We are privileged to come in to join us today. We'll bring you in a few minutes' time. Can you confirm that Mazi, European rep, can hear us? Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. The next one is Professor Ewa from US. Prof, can you hear us now? I know. Technical challenges, we're getting there. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do now is quickly fill in the gap for 15 minutes because now the change will come in at 5 to talk to us, and then we'll juggle things. Okay, you're all welcome, those who just joined us. Okay, let me just quickly go into this. I want to share something, very quick presentation, and then we'll get the other people. Where's my... Can we see any of this? Okay. So I challenged AI, artificial intelligence. I don't know if I'm arrogant enough to say BEAD versus AI, but it's interesting to know what the questions are. I asked AI, where is Biafra? For those who don't know, artificial intelligence It's all the rage. It gathers algorithms, brings information, and mixes it all up and spits out what it thinks is right. So I asked AI, where is Biafra? And AI said, Biafra is a region located in southeastern Nigeria. It is not recognized as an independent country by the international community. The term Biafra originated in the late 60s when the secessionist movement led by Igbo people sought to establish an independent state or region. However, after the Civil War, 1670, the secessionist movement was defeated. Biafra reintegrated into Nigeria. The region is currently part of Nigeria, consists of Imo, Abia, and all these states. Okay, I knew that was wrong, and we will discuss it later. So the next question is, because you mentioned Aba, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, I say, well, okay, is Calabar Biafra? Interesting question. AI said, no, Calabar is not Biafra. Calabar is a city located in southeastern Nigeria, specifically across River State. While Calabar is geographically close to the region that was involved in Biafra secession movement, it is not considered part of Biafra. Biafra refers to the region that sought independence during the Civil War, including Abia, Anambra, and so on. Those, by the way, states were not even listed during the Biafra-Nigeria War. So you say Calabar, on the other hand, is outside the boundary of the former Biafra and is part of South geopolitical zone of Nigeria. Okay, I said fine. What are the cities then in the eastern region? I asked AI. AI said the former eastern region, which was also known as Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War, encompassed several cities, and he listed them, including, where are we? Owerri, Aba, and so on, Onitsha, and he went on to mention Umuahia in Abia State, Awka, and what else? Much to my surprise, he mentioned Port Harcourt. So that's interesting, because Port Harcourt is further south than Calabar. Okay, AI. Is Calabar a city in the former eastern Nigeria? He said eastern region declared secession, yeah? Is Calabar part of it? He said, apologies for the confusion, that AI is confused. Apologies for the confusion in my previous response. Calabar is indeed a city that was part of the former Eastern Nigeria region. It was the capital of Eastern region during the First Republic of Nigeria. I'll come back to that. Calabar is located present-day Cross River, serves an important center, and so on and so forth. And they say, I apologize for the inconvenience. So I got AI apologizing. And then he says, then I say, okay, so is Calabar a city in Biafra? AI said, no. Calabar is not a city in Biafra. Calabar is located You go back again. It hasn't quite been reset. I said, okay. If Calabar was not a Biafran city port in the Bight of Biafra, Carol mentioned that, why was it invaded by Nigerian Marine Commanders led by Benjamin Adekunle? So if it's not Biafra and it's Nigeria, so why was it then invaded? Now AI is confused. I apologize for my my confusion caused. You are correct, says AI, that Calabar was indeed involved in the Civil War, experienced military actions. While Calabar was not within the boundaries of secession, it was strategically significant and so on. Okay, so it's still holding on tight. It says, I go to the next question. Calabar was the original capital. This is what I'm now telling AI. Calabar was the original capital of Southern Protectorate of British colony in Nigeria. So if it was part of the original eastern region of Nigeria, which on the 30th of May 1967 became Biafra, so Calabar was in Biafra before it was in Nigeria. That is why it was invaded by Nigeria too, because it was not Nigerian territory ab initio. I apologize, it's now really confused. So Calabar is, on the other hand, remained in Nigerian control throughout the conflict. Absolute rubbish. Then I ask it, Calabar was a port in the Bight of Biafra. Approximately 30% of slaves captured and transferred to the Americas came during slave trade, as Carol told us, were transported from Calabar. And then he said, you are correct. Calabar was indeed a port located in the Bight of Biafra, and he played a significant role in the transatlantic slave during the era, and he goes on and on and on and on and on, telling us about it. So at the end, he said, I apologize for the confusion caused by my earlier responses. And I'm not done. I said, so Calabar was in Biafra before Nigeria was created and named by the British. So Scottish Presbyterian Church in Calabar was part of Biafran Synod before Nigeria was even created. AI said, I apologize for any confusion caused by my previous responses. To clarify, Calabar, historically known as Old Calabar, was an important city and trading port in what is now southeastern Nigeria. It was a significant center of trade and missionary activity during the colonial era. And then he goes on when you get a chance to read all the arguments. So he says, when I then said, okay, and he says, I say Calabar remains indeed, and they say Calabar became part of Eastern Ridge, which became Biafra and the 30th of that. And I said, it remained, remember Biafra declared 30th of May 67. I said Calabar remained Biafra in June, July, August, September, until, of course, it was invaded in October by Nigeria. Just as Nazi Germany invaded by France in 1940, France did not remain Vichy France. After the Second World War, it reverted back to France. Okay? So likewise, Calabar, both in ancient and modern history, that was why the defending Biafran officer sent a message to Biafran head of state. We who are about to die salute you. So Biafrans fought in Calabar. You can't turn around and say Calabar is not Biafra. It wasn't there at the beginning when they were dying. Okay? So AI didn't quite have all the information, and don't think it does because of what we give it. Okay? Now, I apologize for any confusion or inaccuracies of my previous responses, AI. You are correct that Calabar became part of Eastern Region Nigeria, which later seceded and declared itself Republic of Biafra. During the Nigerian Civil War, which lasted 67-70, Calabar was indeed initially part of the Executive State. Remember, he said it wasn't. It was in the South-South. So he now confesses it was actually there at the beginning. And the conflict between Nigeria and so on, of course, he says, I went on to say that, thank you for providing additional historical context, and I apologize for any previous errors my responses are caused. Okay? So be happy to challenge AI, the historic evidence, what is written down, such and such and such and such. So challenge them with facts. As the previous speaker said, when you have the information, when you have the knowledge and the facts, you can then change the system with superior argument. And I think BEAD won. I don't know about you guys. Okay. All right. So I have to interrogate it again and see if he's changed his mind. We have to carry educating even the AI. So I have to acknowledge the presence of our national coordinator. Thank you for coming. I know the transport was an issue. Thank you for making the effort all the way from Leicester. So without further ado, I'd like to inform us all that our Lolo Uchechi Kanu wants to address us, and it's a great privilege, and thank you all for coming. Let's just hear what she has to say. Lord, I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, it's okay. You can
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a things and cover education and information. I was people who are quite old enough to know when I put this on the system about Biafra, but they do not know.
Where's CJ?
So this is a great opportunity to educate our people, to keep our people informed of what happened in the past, which is very important because if they're not aware of what happened in the past, how are they then supposed to be It's a resonance. It's creating a resonance. Okay. The importance of history. When I joined, I was listening to one of our brothers who was talking about Nzogu too, and it is like we are all working in tandem. All that I had in my head about Nzogu and there's no point repeating it. And Mazi, your interaction with the AI as well. I also have that in my head because if we ask the right question, then we will get the answer. And the AI, unfortunately, is feeding out what is been input in it. So that's what is given to us. We are holding the pen, so we have to write our history, not for people to write our history for us. So without wasting anybody's time, I will just take 5 to 10 minutes of our time. The importance of history is that it revolves around one's identity. It would help one to nurture their personal identity, especially in an intercultural society, in an intercultural world. Sorry, I'm getting the resonance back. So history enables people to discover their own place in the story told. It helps the people to discover their place, their families, and their communities, and the nation as a whole. The importance of history is that it teaches one to learn the stories of many individuals and groups that have come before them and shaped the world in which they live in. There is a history quote that says that history is who we are and why we are where we are today. It's also why we are in a state that we are today. And history keeps us informed. And if you're conscious, if you're very, very conscious, a conscious person, it will keep you in line. And that goes to the quote that says that those who do not know history, or how is it said, for those who do not remember the past, they are condemned to repeat that very mistake or repeat that past. That is the normal saying where people keep saying that history always repeats itself. But then history repeating itself could also be that the people who are aware of the history are not learning from it. So some people they know history, but they're not learning from it. So for myself, when I see things, when I hear things, I want to learn from that. So when history repeats itself, it means that the person who has repeated the history is either oblivious to the past or has refused to learn from that very history. So that is the importance of history. It is very important that we seek the truth in history. So Mazi, just like you were interacting with the AI, you have a question in your head. So you're asking the AI. It's not just whatever you hear, you swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and that is your history. Because it's not always the truth. It's not always 100% truth. So I kind of pick up 1 and 2 quotes to encourage us to kind of push us as we learn a lot in this BEAD. It's really, really educative, and I'm very proud of you all. There is a quote by an American historian, Henry Steele. It says that history is a jungle of accidents, blunders, surprises, and absurdities, and so is our knowledge of it. But if we are to report it at all, we must impose some order upon it. So, your step-by-step questions to the AI shows the way you reason. It shows the way you analyze information. So let's assume you don't know anything about the Biafra war or Biafra location, and the AI is asking you that. The AI is giving you the answers. So, but you're inquisitive, you want to know, you're more curious, you want to know further. So when you ask more and it gives you an answer which is contradictory to what it's given you before, you keep asking and keep broadening a particular point until you get to what your spirit says to you that this is the answer to your question. That is how I view history. That is how I view information. I don't just collect information and that is it. I try to dissect it, analyze it, and critically look at it, and then feed off it whatever I really, really want to get out of it. Another historian, a German-American historian, Hadjo Harbaugh, he said that history gives answers only to those who know how to ask a question. So if you know how to ask a question, you know exactly the question you want to ask. That is how you would get your answer. So, Mazi, I keep coming back to you regarding your question to the AI. So we have to rewrite our story, and that is how. So when you keep asking, you can see that the AI is giving you answers that are not verified. So you're going to have to rewrite that AI because someone put into that AI what is given back to you. So, like our brother mentioning Izobuku, that is a notion that is going around the world. So, someone reads something or someone decides to create a notion that goes around from generation to generation. And I, for one, the question I asked it was not out of emotion. Another thing that we need to take out when it comes to our history is to remove emotions from how we feel. Because out of emotions, you will not think rationally and you will not be able to critically analyze situations. So, from what our brother said, that is not Izobuku, but it goes to say that it's Iboku, and everybody keeps going. So even after the war, we are in the place we are today because of that. It seems like we are being punished, the Igbos are being punished, or the Biafrans are being punished because of that, and that is not the truth. So it's not the truth. So if we educate our children and educate our mind and create an awareness and create the steps upon which we would take to avert all the consequences that we are getting because of that, then that is a start. So we need to first of all eradicate this notion, cleanse it, cleanse ourselves and cleanse the people who hear from their parents that it was an Igbo coup in 1966, which is not the truth, but somehow it has formed the basis upon which people take the Biafrans, and that has to change. So we must rewrite our story. So therefore, we must have an objective which will then form our opinion. Another thing, finally, not take much time, as I said, is that history gives you knowledge, at least to match a certain standard of your inquisitiveness and the awareness for your defense. Because as a people, we need to know a lot about ourselves for our defense. So someone who does not know about the coup in 1966, which is able for the person to just sit back and think that is the truth. And I had to really look at the numbers during the Biafra war, when they kept saying that over 3 million people. So I found out that the British played a number game, because a lot of things were hidden from the press. So when you start to gather information from different sources and you begin to put it together and analytically or critically look at it, you would begin to find gaps or begin to make your own assumption. I have an assumption that I made from the story of the Israelites, when they were in Egypt. When I read the history, it talked about how they used the blood of the lamb to put on the doorpost. Just on my own, I just kind of dived into questions like normal daily activities. I believe, or in my own way of reasoning, I did think to myself, and I said, absolutely, certainly there were Israelites who were friends to some Egyptians. But if you're reading the story, it paints it like the Israelites, they live to themselves, they don't speak to any. There must be an Israelite who had a friend, an Egyptian. And that very person would have spoken to their friend to say, look, you know how our God works. This, and that. We've been told to do this. If you don't do this, your first son will die. So I'm certain the history did say that every first son of the Egyptian died. I don't think that's true. So that's how I take history. I separate something, I put in some certain things in it, some reality into the history, and I pick out one or two things. So I believe that there are Egyptians who listened to their friends, who were Israelites, and used the blood of the lamb to paint on their doorpost. So I don't believe that every first son of the Egyptian died in that story. So that is how I look at histories. That is how I analyze history. So having said that, Howard Zinn, American historian, did also say that if you don't know history, it is as if you were born yesterday. If you were born yesterday, then any person, any leader can come and tell you anything. So some people don't really so whatever is fed to them, they use it and run. That is very dangerous. So example of this sort of information is, or actually not knowing anything about a history, is some years ago, I was added to this church group. A certain sister, I think she was the leader of the group, and she said something, and she was praying, and she started to. I found that very stressful. When she said it, she said, "My people, you need to start praying. You need to start pleading the blood of Jesus. We are under attack. Our blood is." I can't remember how she put it, but what she was saying that we are under attack. The Christians are under attack in the United Kingdom. Everybody's life is at stake. Things are happening spiritually. And why did she say that, I asked? She said, if you look on the £5 note, the newly dispensed £5 note, I can't remember how many years ago they released the new £5 note that looks like plastic. She said, if you look on the £5 note, it says, I have nothing to give, I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. They want to offer our blood, they want to offer our tears, they want to offer. I was stressed. I thought, what's going on? What? At first, my heart skipped, but when I looked at it, I thought, oh, that's Winston Churchill. And I said, please, first of all you need to do is try and Google the quotes that you found on the new paper money. That should then inform your knowledge of what it is all about, rather than scaring everyone else. So this is the inaugural speech of the Prime Minister Churchill in 1940 when he was made Prime Minister, and that was his inaugural speech in the House of Commons. So what am I trying to say? If that lady was informed, if she was aware of the history of the person called Winston Churchill, she would have known what the quote was about and how the quote came about, and not tackling everyone else. Excuse me. So to collaborate that to what I'm saying, we require history for awareness of knowledge and defense. So when we are grounded in history, in education, it will form the way we critically look at things, the way we analyze it, and then the way we act based on that information. So we will be aware and we will be able to defend ourselves. And that is what history does. It gives you the platform to know your rights. So without going any more than 15 minutes, I want to thank you once again. The next BEAD one, I will be able to have an educational presentation for us to go through. And I want to thank everyone else, Professor Onoke, and Mike Ike Peters, that I can see here, and Mazi, and everyone else that I can't see. Thank you very much. And continue to do the good work. There is this mantra going on that education is not important. I don't know who woke up in the morning and decided to say that there is no point to go to school. It's very, very important to be educated. You don't have to go to the university, but education forms a way that one behaves and reasons. It is very important. And the earlier we start to train our people and educate our people, the better for us. Because it seems to me that how we were before in the past, the Igbos, the Biafrans were high up there educationally, academically, and all of a sudden after the war, I think it gives me sleeplessness. So I am really, really happy, and I appreciate you all for being here. And let's keep going and make sure that our people are well grounded in the knowledge of our history and education, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Really honored, it's a privilege. Yeah. We now have our European rep who again address us. We have the leadership, and then we try to juggle the time. As we're running down the time. So I'll now invite our European rep to address us. Mazi.
Thank you, Dr. Justice. Good evening from Switzerland to everyone in attendance. And thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me. It's always a privilege to come in your midst, especially when there's such a program called BEAD. I'm glad to be here today. Thank you to Lolo Chechi Kanu for addressing us, and from the knowledge she has given to most of us who are listening. It's always a great pleasure having you to address us. Thank you also for those who have spoken before. Everyone has a lot of knowledge to impart, and we are glad you have done that. I don't have so much to say because this has started and been maintained for quite some years now. And I want to thank you, Dr. Justice and Chichi, for keeping up this particular project alive. Because in the place where we are all done, history is not taught at school. Because knowing fully well that knowledge is power, and that knowledge comes from history and from information. So for them to deprive us of history in our schools means that they have taken the power from us. And if you are powerless, you mostly be useless. But thanks to this particular program, our people are receiving knowledge, wisdom, and power back to themselves again. Nigeria as a country was created as a business entity for the British. It has never been for the interest of the people inhabiting that geographical space called Nigeria. It is for me another colonial ship, because most countries who were colonized by Britain and the other European colonial masters have changed their names back to their identity, such as Ghana, who changed from Gold Coast to Ghana. Upper Volta changed to Burkina Faso, Rhodesia turned to Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth. Nigeria maintained a name that is a slur, the name that means nothing in every Nigerian language. And Nigeria belongs to nobody because there's no language called Nigeria. There's no culture called Nigeria. Everyone that is inhabiting that particular space will identify him or herself by their own tribe. That's why Nigeria was created to kill, not to save. So the earlier we extricated ourselves from that contraption, from that slave ship, the better for all of us. So BEAD is a constant reminder that there was a country. That country is Biafra. And that country it was and is going to be forever, because the people that are called Biafrans are resilient. They are blessed, and that's why a lot of envy has been generated against us. An orchestrated lie to keep us down. For example, when you read about the Biafra war, from many different sources, some will tell you the war claimed lives up to 1 million. Some say up to 2 million, some say 3.5 million. So there is a kind of media blanket against Biafra. The genocide in the recent history of Rwanda is recognized by the UN, and they didn't lose more than 500,000 or even close to 1 million, but we lost more than 5 million people, and it is not recognized. So the point here is that we are a people hated by many without reasons, and it is incumbent on us to write our history ourselves. Because when your enemy writes your history, they can never say anything good about you. So BEAD is here to write that history. It's a constant reminder of what happened to us, what we are, and what we should be, and what our children should learn about who we are. So I see BEAD as a beacon of light, just like the Israelites had when God was leading them out of Egypt. They had a pillar of smoke by day that guides them, and a pillar of fire by night. And as long as they followed this particular fire and smoke, they were safe, they were content, and they were happy. So we have to see BEAD as a pillar of fire that is guiding us by night, and the pillar of smoke by day, through which we are going to get our destination. And that destination is Biafra. I will not stop without mentioning the name of the man who called us all to this project, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As the Directorate of State, we will continue to do our best, humanly possible, leaving no stone unturned and not unturned stone, to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released unconditionally and buried. We know the hand is the same thing that is suppressing the story of Biafra. The same hand that is holding Biafra down is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has committed no crime known to law, who has been discharged and acquitted, even in the so-called Nigeria. And that goes to show how much we are hated without reason. So we have to change the narrative, and that's what BEAD has come to do. and we all need to rise up and support this project, and support ITOB wherever you are, to ensure that we get our freedom in no distant time. And when we get our freedom, we will continue to rewrite our history, because we are an ancient people. Our histories has never been told, even up to 20%. More are going to be told when we are really free from this bondage and slavery that is called Nigeria. Nigeria is a prison, Nigeria is a slave ship, Nigeria is a killer of destiny, and as long as that country continues to exist, no one is safe. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the good work. May Chukwu Okara continue to bless each and every one of you, and most of all, may He give us Biafra while we are alive. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear you. And to your support. We have two important people queuing. The first of which have fought in Biafra during the war. One is Professor Ewa, the other is very own, Mike Peters, very good Biafra. So, in order of seniority, and I hope in order of coming in, let's have the professor address us now, and we create some space for our brother IP. IP, you're welcome. Thank you. So, Prof, take it away, sir. Okay, we start again. We just take you off the mute.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear now.
Yeah.
Much better.
Well, it is. Thank you. It is so difficult to say anything after Lolo's presentation and after his presentation. I think they have said it all. Thank you guys so much. Bring you greetings from Kansas in the United States. Let me speak Abakaliki. I am a lone survivor, having been kidnapped. I was a houseboy in Lagos, houseboy to Chief J.O. Iruku in Lagos when everything collapsed on us and Biafra was declared. And so when I found my way back to Eastern region, the wars happened. In my village at Mzokara in Abakaliki, I was kidnapped with 7 of my friends by Nigerian soldiers, tortured and sent to Abakaliki maximum prison, where we suffered and suffered and suffered. They were punishing us, breaking bottles and scraping our legs with it, and so on. So I know what kidnapping is, I know what injustice is, because I'm a witness to injustice. Therefore, at the end of the war, my master, Chief J.O. Iruku, employed me after going to trade school. He employed me at the Unity Life and Fire Insurance Company. The first salary I made since the end of the Biafran War, I took that salary, put it in my pocket, and went to CMS bookshop to look for a lasting gift for myself. And what was at the back of my mind was Biafra. So I was shocked to see this dictionary I'm holding in my hand now. It's called A Dictionary of Politics by a professor, edited by Walter Lanco. This book was the first time I was seeing an independent voice talk about the Biafran question. So I call myself, I say, number one, I'm suffering from survivor's guilt. I am Barando. I am Nnamdi. So it's not a question of why are you still fighting for Biafra? And it is not even a question of Yoruba people are against us, Hausa people being against us. It is the question that we have the legitimate right under international law to declare ourselves a republic. So, on July, from my dictionary of politics, I read that on July 4th, 1776, the United States declared its independence from Britain. I read also from my dictionary that on October 1st, 1960, I did not just read it, I was in primary school and we all trooped to Sacred Heart Primary School, and I watched the Union Jack of the British Empire gradually lowered with such respect and gradually and rapidly raised the green, white, green flag of Nigeria. We the children, they killed a cow for us, they gave us plastic cups with the name Nigeria written on it, and we thought we had reached paradise. We hoped and prayed and said, 1960, Nigeria were independence. 1960, Nigeria were independence. We are perishing. Only few of us who witnessed the war, who participated, who are victims, only few of us are alive. So the job of BEAD is just like my predecessors who spoke before me, Lulu and Austin. The job of the BEAD is doing is how it ought to be. You're doing an exceptional job, because if we watch the African Americans in diaspora and how they have fought their own, they had Gaveism. That is, they had Gaveism as a movement, and who preached about the worth of the black man, who preached about going back to Africa. They had another separate person group under Malcolm X who said, by all means possible, if you slap me on my right cheek, I'll slap you back. Then you have Martin Luther King, who used the doctrine of Ahimsa and Satyagraha, which is known as non-violent. That's the method he used. Then you have Du Bois, who used the intellectual approach to the struggle. And then you have my hero, Ralph Bunche, the greatest black man not recognized so far in America. Ralph Bunche did his PhD at Harvard University, and he created the Department of Political Science at Howard University, the department where I did my doctoral studies to obtain PhD from Ralph Bunche. What is unique about Ralph Bunche's approach is that he said, if you can't beat them, join them. You can bring change from within. The struggle we have today, the Igbo people, the Biafrans, are split into two. You have the Biafran nationalists, of which BEAD members and myself and Nnamdi Kanu are members. We're the nationalists, theoretically speaking. The nationalists want an independent, sovereign state of Biafra. Then you have another group of Igbo people, or Biafrans, the federalists. The federalists are the ones who are saying, look at our economy, we will be better off if we stay in Nigeria. They're preaching for one Nigeria. However, the issue is the question of Biafran independence is in a flux. The state of Biafran freedom is in a flux, constantly shifting, but we don't have any approach, any organized agenda to deal with such a society in a flux. Number one, the question I'm asking is, through my research from my dictionary, 56 years after I bought this dictionary of politics, I had to study up to PhD level because of Biafra. Otherwise, who would go to university to read about political science? But because of what I have seen, the destruction, the cutting of the head of Nnamdi, they've transported his body to us, what I've seen, and for the fact that Naim Barando, I had to find out which Biafra are we talking about. Are you talking about the Biafra which all know that, the 11-year-old Igbo boy who was kidnapped from, I say they are from Abakaliki because the description of Oloda's country fits that of Abakaliki. So Oloda was kidnapped with his sister, taken to London, to the United States, to the Caribbean. Until in 1766, he got his freedom. So are we talking of Biafra of 1845, which Oloda described in his book? Oloda bought his freedom and becomes the first enslaved person to write what he called, the book he called The Interesting Narrative of Oloda Ekwino. So, Igbo ethnic group or nation, much more than any other ethnic nation in the whole of Africa, the Igbos have their history up till 1745, even before the independence of the United States. So which Biafra are we fighting for? Is that the Biafra or the Biafra that was created by His Excellency Chukwuemeka Odumegwu on May 30th, 1967? Which Biafra are we fighting for? Are we fighting for Biafra as a dream or as a sovereign nation? If it is a dream, then what have we done about economic justice for our people? My research takes me to Montevideo Convention of 1933, where for the first time that convention declared that for any political entity to become a sovereign nation, to be recognized as a sovereign nation, such entity must have 4 elements. One, the people who want to become a country must have a permanent territory. Number 2, must have the population. Number 3, must have a government. Number 4, must have the ability to sign treaties with other countries. If you ask me, as somebody who did international law, I will assure you that Biafra qualified to become a sovereign state. But the problem is that is the issue. What about recognition? Well, the question of recognition is that once an entity or political entity has been recognized as a country, the recognition does not expire. I repeat, recognition does not expire. It's a political process. So I conclude that Biafra is a recognized country since the recognition does not expire. Biafra is a recognized country which is under captivity in Nigeria. So the question I'm asking the world is, in the 21st century, which world are we embracing? Are we embracing what Russia is doing with Ukraine? Because that's what Russia and Nigeria did with Biafra, to invade a country, a republic. After invading the country, you occupy it. So for 56 years, a sovereign nation of Biafra has been invaded and occupied. So the question is, which Biafra do we know? Which Biafra are we fighting for? Some are saying, let us do plebiscite. Are you doing plebiscite for what? I'm saying that Biafra exists in law. If you want me to explain further, I will add that Biafra is de jure. D-E-J-U-R-E. I don't know how to pronounce that French thing. De jure. You have de facto and de jure states. Biafra is, you can say it's a de facto, but in law, that is de jure. In law, Biafra exists. So, as a student of international relations, I call Biafra that Biafra is in transition from a juridical state to an empirical state status. So juridical, that means Biafra means everything about law. There's no question asking, give us Biafra, give us freedom, give us plebiscite. We are existing as a country, but an active country. So you should look at it from this research, therefore, that certain work need to be seriously done. And my question is, if the greatest society in the world, the greatest country, United States, obtained their independence from Britain, and then Nigeria obtains independence from Britain, what on earth is stopping Biafra from obtaining their independence from Nigeria? Forget about who is wrong or who is right. Forget about abusing Nigeria, abusing Yorubas, abusing anybody. No. The issue is that Biafra exists as a country. Then if the Biafra exists as a country, what about us adopting the model that ANC, African National Congress, was involved in? At the University of Liberia, I was the president of the Pan-African Congress, which fought and wrote and campaigned for the liberation of apartheid South Africa. So, again, the issue, for me to draw a conclusion, the issue is lack of a strategic agenda. That's the issue. What we lack is lack of a strategic agenda for freedom. Igbo people do not understand politics. Igbo people do not understand power. Igbo people do not understand the potential power of movement. Igbo people do not understand what you call revolution. That is the problem we have. We keep blaming others but we just don't understand such things. What is the state of our struggle? Today we have the nationalists abroad campaigning for Biafran nation. Today we have the federalists at home believing in one Nigeria. Both groups are in a state of flux. We're constantly changing without any strategic agenda. Nigeria can implode from inside. Biafra can also emerge through diplomatic soldiery, which is the title of my essay. It's diplomatic buff in diplomatic soldiery. As a member of the Biafran organization, can you give talented leaders? Talented is not, can you give us 12 talented leaders from all branches of the spectrum of affairs to draft an agenda for Biafra? Can we understand that Biafra still exists and fight with one voice but using various groups? As of now, we're weakened. Our leader Nnamdi Kanu has been in jail. We have not done enough because we don't understand what to do. We don't understand politics. We don't know how to go about it. And it exposes our weak points. So, which is why BEAD is very relevant in creating a recreating Biafra in international law. So, in conclusion, I represent both. I'm inviting people to help us in creating an agenda for our people, and to also give our people an agenda for economic justice. We can do what the ANC did. What I have done so far is that in 2016, I established with my American friends, 3 white men and a lady. I established a community secondary school for my village in Sokra, which never had any. We started with 5 students, now we're up to 340 students serving 9 villages. So if you believe in Biafra, there's poverty in Biafra, there's hunger now in Biafra. As of today, my engineer who is building a new 2-year university for me in my village, after building the community secondary school, we started building with my friends a community college. It's my 2-year university with 13 classrooms. We have finished everything except painting and plastering and to toilet. It is massive. It has gone up to $79,000 US. An elderly woman gave us $69,000 before she died last year. So, and when I came to London, when you invited me to speak in London in 2019, I brought a white lady who is the chairman of my non-profit. So I want all of us to create an agenda, a general agenda by 12 people, who should really spread economic justice and other things at home while we are fighting abroad. And we should be, one of the speakers earlier talked about media. I agree totally that media is very important. We have not told the world our story, and our story is quite important, but we're waiting for others to do it. I use my students every semester. First of all, I have written about 12 books. If you Google Ewa Unoke, you will see Life of Nobody, one of my books, and the latest is Never Again. The proceeds go towards my projects in Africa. But we can really do something for our people. Please, when you have the time, Pamela, Professor Pam, who is the one who is generating the funds for my projects in Africa, tried to contact you people today, but because of she has a new laptop, doesn't know how to connect, and I'm not close to her. So she says I should greet you people and tell you she loves you, that we're still working in Africa. So I want to thank all of you again for giving me the opportunity to address you. Thank you and God bless.
Well, once again, thank you very much. We'll keep that for Auchi.
Thank you.
When I was a youngster, something to talk. Biafra, it helped to give way to work. Able to return that the guys that go behind them.
Yes.
Thank you. I've been living off member, BEAD, which stands for Biafran. Really privileged. Of course, we have Ike Peters, who was in the regular army, 11th Division. Those are the ones that stood at the end when Biafra war ended. They were the last man standing. So he got a bullet wound to talk. Just to create some space for him We're going to sneak in 1 or 2 talks, which is short and stuff, so we create this space for you. I haven't heard from you, sir. You're welcome. Just greet your people.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I came in late because based on the time I told you on the broadcast on the Biafra this morning, and actually was checking the time. The time difference was like 7 a.m. in the morning for me when it was when you started. I think it was about 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. now. Yeah, I think, let me just. What? Present.
My brother, don't you worry. My sister, don't you worry. If I happen to die in the battlefield, never mind, we shall meet again. My sisters, don't you worry. My brothers, don't you worry. If I happen to die in the battlefield, never mind, we shall meet again. All him, I be one indivisible family. One indivisible family.
Thank you. Right. Please be seated. Thank you. Because of the time, I'm going to ask the head of media in UK to talk to us a little about the importance of media. What is the title? What's the title of this talk?
Mark of press to
Mark
of press to Mark press.
Mark Press. Yes. Okay. Mark Press was the like the people Biafra Information Ministry hired. They lived in Switzerland during the war to talk to the world about Biafra. So the mark of press to Mark Press is telling us that if it wasn't for Mark Press, nobody would have heard of Biafra. So Obi and the rest of the media group deserve a little space to tell us about the importance of media in our struggle. As you notice with AI, unless you have the right information, garbage will come out. So let's hear from the head of the team. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Tonight I'll try to do everything brief. Our time is really fast spent. Mark of press to Mark Press. First of all, we have to understand who is this Mark Press and what is the purpose, or what was the purpose of him coming to the limelight during Biafran War, and what did he achieve in 18 months of him being the part of the struggle. In Geneva, Switzerland, there was a press owned by a man whose name is Ben H.W. Bernhardt, who happens to be an American public relations officer For 18 months, he directed one of the most brilliant controversial campaigns under the name Mark Press. And the team, they waged war of words. And they have an advertising group. Two Biafrans that live in Lisbon have to go and meet him. Before then, for 2 good years, the war was going on, and nobody knows what is happening in Biafra land. The seashore outside Africa does not know what they are doing to Biafrans. Everything was so hidden, and the main purpose of that is to wipe them all out. And they're doing everything possible to make sure that no one knows about it, and no country hears about it. Let's finish this race. They want to be free. We'll make sure that none survived. So when he was hired, he dwelt in a campaign of words. And before the two Biafrans traveled to Geneva, Switzerland to see him, they have heard the information about him, how he's able to do 1 or 2 things to bring the things come to limelight. And they advanced $20,000 US. Try to think. I say 1968, $20,000 US is a quite big money. And this is a country that is fighting for survival, and be able to raise such a huge amount of money to advance for their own freedom. And when they were able to send the money across to him, he was able to submit a plan, and that plan was called Fight for Survival. So when they draw the plan, they try to make sure he brings everything to limelight. He sent some of his medias back to Biafra land, and every hour they are getting about 7,000 messages coming to them in their telegram. And there is something he did. He printed the good brochure. Make sure that 3,000 brochures were being printed. It was handed to people and all the parliaments in UK, in British Parliament. 3,000 every day was given out. And he said, since you guys don't want them to know about what is happening, we are here to make sure that the news is being carried out all over the world, of the mayhem that they are doing back in Biafra land. As the news goes on, by May, Tanzania became the first country to recognize Biafra. Sorry, by April, Tanzania became the first country to recognize Biafra. In May, Gabon followed, Zambia followed, Ivory Coast and other countries, they followed. That is why you see Tanzania, you see, during the war, I still remember when I was younger, after the war, there is something they call Gari Gabon. So when they recognized what was going on, they started doing what? Bringing relief to Biafra land. They started giving them some food. Gari Gabon was being brought. Tanzania, I still remember there's a place. Somebody, I think about 2 years ago, I met someone. He said, where are you from? I said, I'm from Biafra. He said, Biafra? He said, they have Biafra in Tanzania. That in Tanzania, there is a place they call Biafra. And if you go to some of these countries, they still have Biafra. Ivory Coast and some other countries, they have Biafrans there. Because during the war, when they find out what they are doing to their sister country, they do what? They relieve. Some of them say, we decide to help. We need some of these children that are dying of kwashiorkor. We need some of these children, we need to take them back home, to be able to house them, to take care of them, will not allow them to die. When my brother was saying something, he said that some parents throw their own children in the pit because they don't want them to hear the voice. A lot of children died during this program, this killing, total wipeout. And during that process, Mark Press
was able to make it well known to the world, then you see relief started coming in. Red Cross said about 1,000 died every day. The Caritas of Catholic, they say 10,000 daily. And I tried to do the mathematics. I was doing something with the doctor. The doctor said, no. That the figure that I have was too much. It's not possible. Because I worked out that if 10,000 is dying every day, and you times it by 3 years, you're able to get 10.950 million. Doctor said no. That during that period, they said that Biafrans were 14 million. So if 10,000 plus, almost 11 million died, then how many was remaining? He said no, that we are going to work it for 18 months. So when we do the statistics of 18 months, we're able to get 5.4 million that died during that period. These people were not those that died before that 18 months. Remember, before them, there's a lot of death. And they are not also part of those that died in the war front. So if you try to put one on one together, we are getting close to that. Coming to, they are telling us just 3 million people that died, 5 million. I never believed that because I know that it's over that died during that war. So the campaign continues. The France, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the rest of them were able to stop armed shipment to Nigeria because they have seen and heard what is going on. And he pushed further to say, if you guys don't believe in what we are saying, or what we are saying, or what we are talking about, the killings in Biafra land, could you please send your own medias to go? So if they be able to get there and see what is happening there, they can be able to ascertain if what we are saying is the actual truth, that these people are being killed for nothing, or if we are framing the stories. He was able to get about 5 media houses to join him in the campaign. And every one of them was pushing. And during the process, they were able to get, we were able to do something. We called it the brochure of week 21. The brochure of week 21. It was designed to impress the Biafrans. And to be able to pick some of their headlines they have flashed before, they're able to pick it. And one of them is saying, it was designed to impress the Biafrans about the work that my press is doing. The nightmare in Biafra, Sunday time. The federal bombers kills hundreds in Biafra, Daily Telegraph. Biafran confident in the face of heavy odds, the time. The impossible victory, Daily Express. And this campaign gathered momentum. Now they have volunteers that join in his press room. He has about 25 staffs with volunteers. They were running it, the press, every day it was coming out. They were printing it out, making sure that everyone get the informations. Those that believe. Few days ago, I remember I met one man. When you see, I normally put my Biafran regarding anywhere I'm going to. I have different types there. He said, "We say where I'm from." I always tell him, "I'm from Biafra." He said, "Yeah, I remember the Biafra, I know about it." Then he's trying to narrate it with Soweto. What happened in Soweto? That during the Soweto, when we were having that issue in Soweto, that he was there, and in his presence, they shot a man there and they left the corpse there. I say, if you go back to our land, it's more than that. The killings is going on every day. Someone said something, he said, during the time, everybody said, Pomo, you're eating Pomo. I said, don't worry. I remember that I said, if you go to Somalia, you will know that Pomo gives blood. But it's quite unfortunate that Somalia we are using as reference of hardship. And bad things happening there are better than us now. Now, I was telling Doctor something, I said, do you know that there's a place someone is selling bread, they break in there to take the bread. Because the problem that is happening in the land, the one that happened in 67 to 70,
And the one that is happening now, I would say the one that is going on now is worse than what they had then. Now is who will talk and die. So relief workers, they supported them because one man stood up in the gap. He said, quite sure, I was hired to do my work. I was being called to propagate the gospel of Biafra. But I was Biafranized the day I accepted it. The day I decided to be part of what is going on, I've been Biafranized. And in the midst of it all, a lot of things happens to him. The people that he's working with all left him. Even the medias, they never believed in him. They start speaking against him. For him to shut down, you don't have to do this, you don't have to say that. The man refused. That when everyone left, he still remained till the end. That is what Ben-Hur did, because he was captured, if I use that word, by the spirit of Biafra. So he was Biafranized, and he refused to let go, even at the face of all odds. Now I will take it a little bit. I will get down to our own. During the war and beyond, what are the roles of Biafra now? The media now in Biafra struggle. The critical role of media for advocating for the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra cannot be overemphasized. It can never be overemphasized. The media department play a dual role in exposing the lies, the ills Nigeria is doing against the indigenous people of Biafra, and the need for peaceful separation. That is what they are campaigning for. The medias are not asking for anything else other than these people need to be free. They say they need their freedom. So what stops them from having their freedom? Just imagine somebody staying in his house and they just come and break in the house and kill that person and go. That is not freedom. In a land you cannot walk on your own. When you are moving on the street, you are scared of what will happen next. The medias, I know a lot of media, being in the media wing, Carol is part of the media. Being in the media wing, know a lot of them has gone. I know some of the media people that I have meeting one-on-one with them. That is no more and they kill them. I know some that have been there in the prison for over 2 years. Henry Kechu was adopted over 2 years ago. He's still there. We have Solomon, we have Kingsley, we have so many of them being picked up every day, being killed every day. They massacre us in numbers. They will just come in there, immediately they trace your history that you immediately come for you. I know a lot that are being picked up. Few that manage to come out can be able to say, this is what happened, this is what happened. But what about those that couldn't be able to come out to tell their stories? And in the midst of it, they say they are not giving up hope. I'm here to let us understand that the media say they are not giving up hope. That they'll make sure they continue fighting till Biafra is being actualized. So today, standing here as part of the media team of Biafra, we are here to say, no leave, no transfer, until we get Biafra. It doesn't matter what people are saying. It doesn't matter if they believe in what we are doing. The media stands strong. They are the backbone of this struggle. Without media, nobody can tell our story. We are the one to tell our story. We are the one to tell people what is happening to us. During the war, we don't know one or two. There is no equipment, there are no gadgets to be able to show what is happening. But now, everybody is a media. As long as you have a smartphone, back in Biafra land, you are a media on your own. They pick up the pictures of what is happening, they get the short scripts of what is happening, how many people are you going to look for to kill? Because you don't know who is sending it where. It's only those you know, or you heard of them, you're going after them. And funny enough, those people that they see doesn't have much information. Those that have the information are those working at the back. So I'm here to tell you that the media are standing strong in this struggle. In the world.
Biafra, nane sabo, 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 nane sabo, sabo, sabo.
Thank you very much. Really fast spent. I have to acknowledge one of our brothers who just joined us, Dr. Uche, who's going to tell us everything about genocide. But we missed today's timing. And I pray that next year we'll have more time prepared. So I'm going to shorten this today. Uche, you're welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure being here.
Thank you very much. Today is going to be taken by the veteran, which is Ike Peters. I think we should all hear him, and we then juggle afterwards. Okay? So I'm asking him to come in now. Our brother Ike Peters, as Lola Obi has warmed it up, is part of the media. And the importance of media is representing the radio presenter, Radio Biafra. So, my brother David, you're blessed. We're so grateful that you're here. You guys started with the children singing, so that they're going to use, when they were asked, what is this you got? I said, I got a gun. So you carry a wooden thing, you say, I got a gun. So what's that? It's a shubaretto. And I'm sure my brother knows what shubaretto is. We call it shubaretto. It's one of these automatic rifles, SLR. So he said, what are you going to do with that gun? So I'm going to use it to do threat. Imagine a Chevrolet, a rifle against an armored vehicle. So that's how brave the children were. But the people who actually confronted and slowed down the enemy is right in front of us now. And he's got a bullet wound to show for it. He was part of the 11th Division, which held Mauritania Mohammed's team from coming through Onitsha and decimating the whole Biafra. I'll tell you how bad it was. Their bag in ambush for Biafrans was a miracle. I think 120 miles convoy were ambushed. An accident, someone shot a rubber-propelled grenade into a tank, which exploded backwards and wiped out so many Nigerian troops. Now, inside the burnt out wrecks, they have kubu kubu. Anyone know what kubu kubu is? Yeah. Okay. They were going to use kubu kubu to flog us. When they kubu, we're going to use it's a style of whip to flog the Igbos or flog the Biafrans. But the Abagina ambush actually put an end to that one. But the 11th Division, which my brother was involved in, made sure they didn't have an easy ride from Onitsha into other parts of Nigeria and to other parts of Biafra during the war. So Dede, the floor is yours. Tell us how it was before the war, during the war, and after the war. It's also a reflection on the class of 66 to 70 and the resilience of the human spirit. Thank you, sir. Please take it away.
Yes.
Okay. My real name is Peter, okay, and Ike Peters is the name that I answered at the end of the war. But let me tell you the whole story. I secondary school, I finished my WAEC in 1965. And the results came in as usual in 66. And there was, we call ourselves applicants. In those days, I was in Enugu, trying to see what I can do with myself before I finally ended up in Enugu campus, where I was trained as a militia, not soldier at the time. They had what they call the militia, they had the civil. Something came in there. But we started as a militia. Trained us, gave us uniforms, taught us how to hold rifles. Most of us were actually practicing with a carved wood that looked like a gun, shaped like a gun. And the trainer was the only one that had a rifle to show us exactly how to dismantle a rifle and how to assemble it back. Unprepared, the war started. Before then, the war had, the Biafra had not been declared. And the night before the declaration of Biafra, I was there. Ojukwu happened to come from my area. And my brother-in-law, that's my elder sister's home where I was staying, Ojukwu is more or less Nauchi. That's what he calls it, Nauchi. So I was there, and the adjustment of the uniform, I knew something was going to happen. We weren't sure what it was. But the next morning they declared Biafra. And we still continue with our training as members of the militia. About 2 or 3 weeks later, they moved us to Nsukka. The war had started, and the University of Nigeria Nsukka was evacuated. There was war there that ravaged so many things, and we were taken there as militiamen, not as soldiers. Unfortunately or fortunately, when we got there, the war had taken the toll the area. Some of the soldiers, the rest of them, in fact, some who was killed in that sector. So those of us who came in there as militia were already been trained as soldiers. So what did they do? They gave us numbers as private soldiers. The first rifle that I saw, that I touched, was able to dismantle, was at Nsukka. All the time in the Enugu campus when we were being trained, there was no rifle. And when we talk about guns, we talk about cock and shoot. It wasn't like a regular semi-automatic rifles, no. These were the big bolt action rifles. That's what we used. We went into the campus because the enemy had been driven out of the campus. They went back into the area they came from. So we occupied the Nsukka area. Then one night, he moved us again after about a month. He moved us from there. We didn't know where we were going. We were soldiers back in the lorry. And it's only at night, because we kept moving and moving and moving, and somebody looked at, because it's a truck. So we didn't have access. Some of us, with the little ones, I was quite a small person then. Even though I'm not built on the large size, so I was there, and I only heard somebody say, "I'm gonna bridge Guyana cross." Then we didn't know we were getting to Onitsha, and we were crossing the River Niger Bridge. That took us into Asaba. I found myself in Benin at a unit in Benin. Now I've become a regular soldier. We're stationed in Benin at Tibuba Hill. In fact, Banjo, I think the Yoruba officer, they had moved towards Ore. They got up to Ore. Then whether they're finding their way to Lagos or whatever, that I won't be able to tell you. But we were there until a couple of days later, we evacuated again. Now this time I found myself in Buso. There was no war in these areas, I'm talking about now, but there were soldiers trying to take over the place. From Ibuzo, my unit moved to Osamala along the Niger. Then I was a sergeant in the army, growing in rank. So I became a sergeant, and I was in charge of the units Obaru area that I was stationed in Osomara. Now on the River Niger area also, the war started moving. Now we were moved into Onitsha. First of all, the Nigerian army was trying to come into Onitsha from Benin. And that route, when they discovered they couldn't cross the Niger because part of the river, the bridge was broken at the time. They couldn't come into. We're all clustered in Onitsha. Actually, here was area. Then they moved my unit again. From Onitsha, I went into Umbusi. There I ended up at Mpo. Now, Mauritala Mohammed was trying to get into Onitsha by all means. So when they were in the Midwest, that's what they used to call it at the time, could not work out. He had to go all the way to Enugu to find his way from Enugu into Onitsha. The disaster that happened, I was a staff sergeant at the time the disaster happened at Mpo. A unit of them were coming and there was an ambush. The ambush in front of the ambush was loaded with fuel. It wasn't like ammunition or anything. No, it was a tanker carrying fuel and everything. So they fired a shot into it. It exploded. Over, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly how many, but over 80 cars all messed up. That road was completely blocked. Meanwhile, I have been moved into 11th Division. 11th Division pushed me to Mpo. There at Mpo, I was commissioned as second lieutenant, and I didn't know about that. The signal came in and they were looking for me. They didn't know where I was. So later, I had this close officer, also, he never came out of war. Francis also is a captain. He was the one that brought the signal to me and said, they are looking for you at Umuahia and you have to go there right away. So arrangement was made and I was taken to Umuahia. That was really competition and I was taken back to the war front. This time it took me down to Navy because that's where 11th Division was stationed at the time. So at Navy, I spent a couple of weeks and they posted me back into Ubusi. Ubusi at the top of the hill in Ubusi. We were fighting there, that's where I got injured, shot on the right hand. And the bullet just went through, went in there and then jumped out the other side, so it's sticking. So from there, I was moved to Iliala Hospital, in Catholic Hospital in Iliala. I spent a couple of weeks there. Transferred from there to, what is that? KTT. KTT had where they had the research and production. Spent a few weeks at the hospital there. I was discharged. Actually, when you say the hospital, when you say discharged, they're not discharging you because you're well. You're going to stay somewhere and get well. So I ended up in a training depot that was based at Navy. One full resource school became a training depot. Became a convalescing camp and a training depot actually. So I spent some time there. Troops were being taken from there to the wharf front because that's where they trained emergency. At that time, there was no time to train anybody for more than 2 weeks. So the training was done in 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Even though we were officers, I was a lieutenant at the time. I was there as a convalescing officer. I wasn't there as a training officer. So actually, the way it was organized, we were independent of the training. But there was a captain that was in charge. And there was a colonel, also, Colonel Nsuda from Akwa Ibom, who was also injured, seriously injured. He was convalescing in the place. I was there with a couple of other officers. Now, along the line, staying there, spent about a month there. Now they extended us, they moved us from there to Amici because they had extended the state training depot wasn't made for us officers. So they took us to Amici, where we were staying as convalescing officers. That was when the war ended. The war ended without we
staying there knowing that the war had ended. It's just that some people that go out, some soldiers that are aware that go out. Because personally, I wasn't able to leave the camp. I was always in the camp. Come back and say, we're seeing some troops coming in. It looks like the war is over. We didn't want to believe that, but the night before they left us, they brought us together, officers, and they gave us revolvers. Those of us who have revolvers with some bullets on them. Told us that the war, they didn't tell us that the war was over actually. We assumed was that we were going to make the war into guerrilla warfare. Unfortunately, there was no guerrilla warfare, so I ended up in my village, and I had troops that came back. You know, the place was in total chaos, and I was a little bit threatened by somebody who knew I was in the army, and I came out of the army. I think the soldier that came out of the war front. And he said to me, you know, the war is over, anything that happens to anybody right now, that's going to be the end of the person and the rest of it. Well, I felt threatened, but meanwhile I had my revolver, so he gave us a revolver. So he came to push me, I brought out my revolver and he ran for his life. So the next morning I just told my parents, and there was no need staying there. So I took off on the trip. I didn't know where I was going. I had a blue pant. That was the military color at the time. Physical exercise pants. Probably obvious. Begged somebody to give me a shirt and a trouser, and I didn't know where I was going, so I started walking, and I walked. From Newi, I got to Ozobo. I went up through Okija. I had no destination actually, but coincidentally, there were soldiers that were having their Nigerian soldiers this time. They were moving their truck somewhere, so they saw me, questioned me. Already they had some kids in the truck. So they said I should jump in the truck. Well, I had no choice, I jumped in the truck. And they took us they drove towards here, branched off towards Oru. Went to a compound where they wanted to pick up a generator. Fortunately, one of us died in that trip because the generator, physically, had a very big blister. So most of us needed to try to lift it up, put it on the truck. So they were able to put it at the edge of the truck. And they asked the driver to move up a little and slam on the brake so the thing would roll inside. And the thing going inside, it crushed one of the kids. So I ended up with that truck. That truck took us to Weri. They dropped us in the Weri. Weri was a disaster. There was no people were just walking around the street. So eventually, I don't know how it happened, but I finally found myself that I was in Aba. I jumped another truck took me to Aba. I came to Aba and there was nothing to do. My parents used to live in Aba. Aba was the place we were living. So I went to my compound to see what was going on. And when I went there, I discovered that even though there was somebody living there, he just moved in because the property and everything was intact. And when the man saw me, well, I wouldn't say he was happy to see me because the first question he asked me was my parents. Sarcastically, I said they were all fine, everybody was fine, my mother was fine. And he said, I just moved in here, I didn't find anything. I said, no, I didn't come here to say anything, I just want to. So eventually, I got scared and I left. I didn't want to stay there. So that same day, I met a soldier in a hero that looked very familiar to me. It looked like somebody I knew, but he was a Nigerian soldier, military police. So he asked me, he spoke the Efik language, because I was born in Calabar, so I speak the language. And he asked me, Calabar language, what do you want me? You know who I am? I said, yes, the person you look like. The person I think you are died. He said, no, he didn't die, it was me. And he told me the story how he left home, went to see his girlfriend. The army took over Calabar, so the girlfriend's brother was in Nigeria, there was a major in Nigeria, he came in and took him and put him in the army. Now he gave me a visit, his parents. Then he was big in the army also, so he told soldiers to take me in the village to see his parents. And I told him that in my father's house, we have properties there that I think I need to move. He said, okay, he told the soldiers to follow me. I think the whole thing went to the village. Now I dropped it off in the village and I went back again to Aba. I later found myself in Enugu. And that's where my sister and husband used to live. I went to Enugu, I stayed a while. The ministry and the region there, people were those who were supposed to be workers who have been working before the war started, they were sharing money and everything. Fortunately for me, I wasn't working, but I got a part of the share of the money. So, and I moved from Enugu. Thinking of what to do, I didn't know what to do, so I ended up in Mumbai. It was very complicated. I wasn't sure what I really wanted to do. I was confused. So I went to Mumbai, settled in Mumbai a couple of. No, I had a friend in Mumbai actually, whom I went to see. This is a fellow who used to come to the depot. He wasn't a soldier, but when we were convalescing, he used to come there to talk guitar, to entertain us, and he became my friend. So I eventually went to see him, and when I got to Mumbai, I discovered that they had a band where he was a guitar player and everything. And I wasn't a musician, never thought in my life I was going to do that. It wasn't part of my agenda at all, it wasn't in my program. We rather do go to parts or do something that. So eventually, I ended up watching the band perform. There was no money. Don't forget, we came out of a war. The only people that had money then were soldiers. So I discovered that in the hotel where they perform is where we sleep. We have no room. You know, the hotel is like an open place. People come to dance, they go, put whatever we have, carton, put anything on the floor and just slam. So that's how we stayed, and discovered that the guys the musicians themselves became popular, people liked them. But nobody knew who I was, so I wasn't a musician. So I was thinking of what I would do to be like one of them. One day, I just told the leader of the band, I said, you know something, maybe I can sing a song. And he said, you want to sing? I said, yes. Okay, what song do you want to sing? I just told him one song that I don't even know the lyrics of the song. So that night, they performed the song, and I went there and I sang. It was like, wow, I became popular because immediately everybody started liking me. The soldiers became my friends. So how did we survive? We had no home, we had no money, we had no clothes. All the clothes we wear is just one clothes. Anytime we hear the siren, the army blows the siren, it's time for them to receive their salaries. We'll quickly knock up the doors, set up the instruments, and start performing because they're going to come. We didn't have any money, so they were the ones that had the money. They will come, whatever we get, we share within ourselves. Stayed in Umaya for a while, then the army left Umaya. Then the battalion was being commanded by Babangida was the commander there. So we all moved to Port Harcourt. Because I had another friend in Port Harcourt, and there's a brigade band in Port Harcourt. We got to Port Harcourt. The army got to the bands. They were soldiers. All this time they were asking us, the musicians, if we want to join the army. I completely and vehemently refused. I wasn't going to have it with the army. I just came out of Biafra and now I'm going to Nigeria. The officers who were my friends were very close, and I know that as soon as you become a soldier, they stop being your friends. They now become your commanders. And I didn't want that. So we stayed there, we made a couple of records, and luckily, this record sold and we were making some money. And I decided to opt out and do some solo albums, and succeeded. But all this time, I had made money and I visited London. I had a visa, actually, there was no visa problem at the time. I went there and I came back. And I'm asking myself, what exactly am I going to be doing? Now, I want to go to school. I want to go to school by all means. But the way the school was structured in Nigeria at the time, I didn't want to go through that. So I visited a friend in London and I stayed a couple of weeks or two. I went back to Nigeria. I went to London, to America. I was to change, let me to visit America. I went to American Embassy, Lagos. Submitted my passport and they stamped it. And as I was about leaving, I asked them, so this is the visa, because I just see something they stamp, very small thing. I asked them, what is this the visa? Can I travel now? They said, no, you can't travel because that is as a stamp showing that your application has been received. I said, so when am I going to get the visa? He told me, well, you don't submit enough documents to get a visa. I said, what documents do you want? What do I need to submit? I have my car key if you want, then I have my I have my car key, you can keep my car. When I don't come back, I'll take my car back. He said, no, you have to show us some documents. What do you do for a living? Okay, do you have a recording contract somewhere? I said, yes. Have you done records? I said, yes. You can go get them and let's see them. I said, so when I get them, do I come back tomorrow? He said, yes. So I went into Lagos. I went to some record stores where I found my records, even a sleeve without records. And then I went to the newspaper office in Keja. They had the Daily Times office. We got some old write-ups. I took that, then I went to the EMI recording company. They had a photocopy of recording contract, and I went back to it. So when I got to the embassy, they said, oh, have you come back? I said, yes. So I showed them the document. They were happy with me. I even signed an autograph for somebody. And that was how they gave me what they call a BEAD visa. I came to America. Didn't know anybody here, didn't know where to stay. I stayed in the hotel basically until I met a friend of mine who's was that? Michigan, it was at the time. I called him up. He said, no, I have a family in New York. You can stay with a man. He's a professor that has come to do his PhD. So if I can stay with him, I said, okay, why not? I called the guy and I stayed with him a couple of days. And one day he was going to school. And I asked him a question, can I accompany you to the university? He said, yes. So I went with him. I sat in the class. There wasn't a lot of people in the class, a few of them. And I sat there, I was listening to the lecture, actually, and I said to myself, I think I need to go to school. One thing that encouraged me about going to school was that I had an experience, something that happened. I left home, one day when the man wasn't home, I left when we were leaving, that was the summertime. And I walked through a flat bush, for those who know New York. Flat bush is such a very long avenue. Always with people, especially in the summertime, there were people walking around, buying shopping, and it's a shopping area. So I went from about 4 miles, and nobody recognized me. And the first thing that struck me was, this is how my career is going to end, and nobody will recognize me. So what would I do after that? I know that in Port Harcourt where I was, I couldn't walk the streets. I was put on a good look at my taxi. Everybody knew where I was. But I decided, at that point when we went there, I said to myself, I think school is the next thing. So when we were coming out, I asked the guy, the man himself, where his admissions office was. He showed me the admissions office. So I went to the area and introduced myself. I wanted admission to Finland. Foreign student. That was where I made a mistake, because if it's a foreign student, it means that you're going to pay more for it. However, it demanded I have to pay some money for about 2 semesters before I can get an F1, I-20, that's what they call it. So that I did, and I came back. I went back to Nigeria. I went back to the embassy. I told them then I decided to go to school. And they were happy with me again, and they changed my visa to that. So I came here, went to college, did my master's. That was it. So how did I end up becoming a broadcaster in New York? Sorry, I joined the IPOB. First of all, I did not want to join an IPOB. It was like my brother, junior brother, was persuading me. He said, listen, this guy you have to listen to. I know you, I know how you think, I know how your mind works. I know that this guy, I want you to listen, to pay attention to. I said, listen, I don't think I'm interested when you say something about Biafra. He said, but just listen to this guy. I'm not saying you should do anything about Biafra. Listen to him. Because meanwhile, I had experience back about towards UK when he started. I had a fellow who stayed, but I tried to establish a recording studio. I
So I had this fellow that looks around never mind because I don't look like a human being. So he's the one that talks about assault all the time. Whether because of that I didn't like him or because of himself, that I will not be able to know. But when my brother started talking about Nnamdi Kanu, I did not want to listen. It swayed me until one day I was driving and I wasn't that day because somebody said something about Radio Biafra. He said Radio Biafra had been hacked. Then I have not listened to Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra, what is Radio? Okay, put your phone, get it. Then every day I was listening until one day he kept on persuading me that I should come join the IPO. I said, I'm not going to do that. But I listened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the first day that I heard it. It was funny for me because I said, this is man talking like this. First of all, he wasn't even trying to change his accent. He had that Nigerian accent, typical. And he was like, what did one carry? The next day I listened. The next day I kept listening. And I became intoxicated with his teaching, whatever he was saying. But I still did not have I called my brother and I said to him, I didn't hear that man today. He said, oh no, sometimes he leaves it for his deputy to talk. So the next thing I heard was, the deputy came in and said he had been arrested. Then a week, 2 weeks after that, I asked again, he was still in jail. So I called my brother, I said, I want to join IPO. He said, what? Because if that man is in jail for 2 weeks now, means he's reasonable. That's the first thing, because I know the first thing they will do is to try to break him down. So that's how I ended up in IPO. And even became a deputy coordinator in New York. That position, they wanted to create a radio for. First of all, there was a USA one, being run by Mazi. And they said they want to create another one in New York. If I could run it, I said, run what? Radio? I'm not a journalist. I've never done that before. He said, no, but I said, anyway, okay, then if I would consider it, then I will not want to be the deputy coordinator anymore because I can't back all this thing. I can't understand on that too. Eventually, they set on this radio. They running this radio. I heard somebody, I heard somebody talk about media, the importance of media. It is very important. It is very, very important because if you watch all the coups in the world, as soon as there's a coup, the first place they attack is media. That's the first victim. If they have not succeeded in getting the radio, then they are not serious. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted this time, there was plan to take this radio in time. But I never saw it coming. But when I saw it coming, I said, okay, now I know where you guys are. So the media is important. Everybody has a camera. That's what we tell people. You have a camera, just stay where you can, just take a picture. Put it out there, let's go. Let people see what is going on. Because if this media was there during the first war, like they will not lose this war. You know that. They were being killed silently and nobody was saving them. Nobody even heard about us. Nobody. Most of the time, the people overseas, that because the people I've spoken to, they recognize Biafra by children with a pot belly. Because this is what you see. Most of them don't even know the story of Biafra at all. So that's my experience, and that's all I can say. There's nothing else to add. The story of my life.
Look forward to having you tonight.
Thank you very much. We can't thank you enough, David. You forgot to tell us that if you're a lieutenant or second lieutenant, you're these guys that lead the Biafran troops. The high casualty rates. One of my uncles fought in the Kanu Calabar region. He had a shell shock. The person who was the deputy had to carry him out of the battle, and each time a shell landed, they went inside a crater. And the hope is that the next shell will not land at the same spot. And that's how they managed to escape. So, saying I'm the second lieutenant or first lieutenant, these are incredible unsung heroes that was affected by this war, which we haven't really talked about today, just in passing. So, TGP, please come and tell us about what it is outstanding humanitarian. It is short. Thank you.
All hail. Because of time, and there are two other people waiting to speak to us and lecturers, I'm going to be very fast. Do bear with me. And thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to read about one of those that did extraordinary things during the Biafra war, because he could not just take what was happening to Biafran children. His name is Bruce Merrick. Bruce Merrick, a 21-year-old student at the School of General Studies and a sports photographer for the Columbia Daily Spectator, died after setting himself on fire in front of the United Nations building to protest the war in Biafra. According to witnesses, the student doused himself with a flammable liquid and set himself ablaze outside the United Nations building. Two United Nations building guards tried to stop him when they spotted the flame, and they chased the suit across the lawn with a fire extinguisher. But Bismarck eluded the guards. Resting in front of the north lodge of the building, before several hundred horrified delegates and onlookers, the student finally fell on his knees beside a statue bearing the biblical inscription, "Let us beat our swords into Paul's head," and the guards extinguished the fire. Merrick was rushed to hospital, where he was listed as critically ill because of the burns he had suffered, and he was pronounced dead the next day. At the United Nations building where it happened, guards found a large cardboard sign on the front lawn which said, "You must stop the genocide in Biafra, please. Save 9 million Biafrans." At the bottom, the sign quotation read, "Peace is where there is no absence of fear of any kind." Merrick, who lived in Westbury, enrolled in School of General Studies and Jewish Theological Seminary in September 1967, but dropped out after 1 year. He was an idealistic young man, deeply upset by the events in Biafra. And Rabbi said about him, people were being killed, and he felt no one did anything. That is why he did what he did. In conclusion, I'm going to read a poem written by Rudolph Ogo Okonkwo, titled, "He Died for Me." He died for me, like so many others. He could have asked, "What concerns me?" but he didn't. He was moved by the distended abdomen of Biafran children, full of koshoko and our indifferences. He climbed down his ivory-legged chair into the valley of United Nations, wrote on a large cardboard sign, "You must stop the genocide, please," but no one listened. No one stopped, no one paused. No one paused to hear the cries of the little children of Biafra. If I were born months before then, if I were weaned from my mother's breast, I could have been one of those children whose picture shamed the cover of life. He died for me. He didn't have to. He did it because no one listened, and no one is listening even now. I want us to remember the sacrifices paid by Bruce Merrick and other people. Remember, they didn't have to. Even today, people are paying sacrifices. As we continue in this quest for the restoration of our sovereign land, let us all remember the price that has been paid. Let us fight and not stop fighting. Those in prison today, those that are falling along the way, they did it for us. Let that be the strength that leads us on. Thank you, everyone.
You saw the humanitarians and adverts that was advertised throughout the world. It was remarkable and incredible. And what IPOB is trying to do is to remind the planet that we do have normal children, yes? And we're fighting to preserve their future. So do not relent. Because someone was moved to burn themselves for the sake of these children. And as Dele told us earlier, it's a proxy war. Okay, look, General, I keep giving you all these tools. Why don't you just finish the job? The Biafrans refused to die in 72 hours, in a week, in 10 months, in 1 year. They went on for 30 months until there was an encircling gloom. Eventually, they were reduced. Oh, by the way, there's Calabar, yes, okay? So they were reduced to a circle before the Nigerians stormed into Uli Airport and ended the nightmare. But Juku said, I can enlarge that, how do I enlarge it? You can read it. This was when the war ended. But Juku said that in the 3 years of the war, necessity gave birth to invention. During those 3 years of heroic bound, we leaped across the great chasm that separates knowledge from know-how. We built rockets, and we designed and built our own delivery system. We guided our rockets, we guided them far, we guided them accurately. For 3 years, blockaded without hope of import, we maintained all our vehicles. The state extracted and refined petrol. Individuals refined petrol in their back gardens. We built and maintained our airports, maintained them under heavy bombardment. Despite the heavy bombardment, we recovered so quickly after each raid that we were able to maintain the record for the busiest airport in the continent of Africa. We spoke to the world through telecommunication system engineered by local ingenuity. The world heard us and spoke back to us. We built armored car, tanks, modified aircraft from trainers to fighters, from passenger aircraft to bombers. In the 3 years of freedom, we have broken the technological barrier. So that's what Biafra was. You all heard India launched a rocket to the moon?
Yes.
Okay. In the 68, 69, Biafra launched a rocket that traveled 70 miles. A guided system. Probably one of the few colonized countries in Britain, that Britain colonized, that was able to build its own rocket in the 60s under war conditions. So we had a lot to offer, and we haven't just started. We haven't even started. So we do these beads to dig out all this information You arm us and you equip us with what we could potentially be for the sake of these children, so we're not just sick but children. So I only have time for our last speaker, and it'd be a pity if you don't hear what he has to say about genocide. And Uche, we have run out of time, but do what you can for us so that we can appreciate it and we'll round up. I'm not going to talk today. I think my one can come at another time. So thank you, Chichi. Thank you, everybody who has spoken so far. Now, Uche, I would like you to come in and tell us what you have for us for today. Just educate us about this business about genocide. The interesting thing is, they sent observation team during the war to see if there was genocide or not. Remember, the person guiding the British was very, very intelligent. They said, send people to confirm that there's no genocide. So they did. According to 4 monkeys, they didn't hear any genocide, they didn't see one, and so on. They stayed in the Nigerian side and not coming to Biafra. So how can you tell if the genocide or not? But Uche will tell us what genocide actually means, because to me, Biafrans experienced genocide before the war. You know what happened in the north and other parts of Nigeria. You know what happened during the war. You know what happened after the war. You know what's happening there now. So Uche, please, and I apologize for the time, just tell us about genocide. Educate us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've got a slide to share, but I don't know whether it will be possible to share it. So if I can be granted the privilege to share the slide I've got here. I'm going to summarize it as well and speak very briefly from the slide because of time. I want to thank you and the organizers for inviting me and spoken on this issue sometime. So it assures me that I did the first one well. And thank you for the opportunity. So please, can the host enable me to share the screen? Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes, we're making you co-host.
No.
Okay. Oh, not yet.
Make I put not
We're nearly there. We'll get the right person.
No, Uche,
No, last.
Yeah.
Acknowledge, please.
Okay, yes, I think I can share now. So let me pick up a slide and share with us. And then we'll start. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to project it. So can we all see this very clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk very briefly in the next 5-10 minutes on genocide, definitions, meanings, and the politics of language. And we are going to draw experience from Rwanda to Biafra and down to Armenia. So my name is Uche, I'm a medical doctor by qualification. There is a very instructive word here from Kofi Annan who said that genocide begins with the killing of one man, not for what he has done, but because of who he is. Although I didn't join us from the very beginning, but I know we must have heard at the base of the Biafran story that people were simply rounded up and executed because they are Igbo or they looked like or sounded like an Igbo man. So that was enough crime for them to exterminate us. So we are going to talk about what genocide is, the politics of language, the 10 steps towards genocide, the situation in Nigeria today, and a call for action. I would skip, I will only mention the steps to genocide, then go over to the situation today because I want to highlight what has been going on. So the simple dictionary meaning of genocide is the process of killing a large group of people. It's a systematic process. I want us to mark those keywords. Another one is a deliberate and systematic destruction of a group of people because of their identity. So it's deliberate, systematic, and it's derived from the Greek words genus, meaning race or tribe or nation, and the Latin word side, which is killing. So killing of a race, tribe, or a nation. And it was coined by this Polish born jurist, genocide. So, and other words that are very similar to it is physical destruction, intention to destroy. When we talk about the politics of language, it's about intention to destroy, indiscriminate killing, wholesale killing, or racial killing, and these are all the terms that we must have been familiar with before now. So, we'll go on. So, the UN Genocide Convention in 1948 came up to define it and put it in very, very clear and simple terms. And it is any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part any group of people, a nation, an ethnic group, or a racial group or religious group, by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm to the members of the group, or deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction, or imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. For those of us that are Christians, you read the Bible and see Pharaoh giving orders that all male children born in Israeli children born in Egypt should be killed. So these are parts of genocide. So, and forcibly transferring children of a group to another group, as we can see today in China, the minority Islamic ethnic group there as well. So, and there's also another aspect of it, the mental element of it, which is sort of the intention to destroy, and that includes everything I've said before. And the truth about this is that all these things must occur concurrently before you can prove genocide under international law. And the thing about genocide is that it can take years. It can take years, hundreds of years. It can also happen both in wartime and in peacetime. Remember, I said it's a systematic way. It's already planned, and people can be carrying it out secretly, even without anybody knowing that that is what is going on. So it's a recognizable crime, and it's a war crime, and it's punishable under the UN Convention. So while the cases of genocide exist all over the globe at various scales, it's difficult. It has become increasingly difficult to call it so, because one, the perpetrators who does it. So most times countries, as you can see, the Nigerian state, backed up by Britain, conducting the Biafran genocide. And again, the politics of language, the wording of the Genocide Convention now makes them intention to kill or mental and physical elements of it. So how do you actually prove that someone is killing with intention to wipe out a particular ethnic group? And again, as Dr. Justice said earlier on, so people were sent from Britain, from the United Nations, to come and check if genocide was going on. And when this case was presented quite earlier on at the UN, they argued vehemently that there was no genocide going on, even when it was clear. Why? Simply because they were the ones perpetrating it. And if you place the Biafran genocide side by side the Rwandan genocide, which is the most recent recognizable one, or even the story of the Holocaust, we can see that it's even more grievous. Apart from the Holocaust, where it lost 6 million, probably if we have adequate census, ours might be more. The Rwandan genocide consumed only 1 million people. The Biafran genocide is estimated between 3.5 million or figures around that. So if you look at it, it should actually, after the Holocaust, it should be at the mouth of everybody. But unfortunately, because of the superpowers that were involved in this, every attempt to call it what it is and address it as it should be has been thwarted by them. So the politics of language continues, and that is why it has been very, very hard for us to be able to prove, or for us to be able to, for this genocide to be able to be called exactly what it is. And I always take to offense when people describe it as Nigerian Biafran civil war or the Nigerian civil war, because there was nothing civil about the war. It was purely genocide, where people were blockaded, where people were rounded off, where people were starved, where people were even picked up when during the pogroms that followed the war. People were simply identified and grouped. Even military men gave up their colleagues that come digging up graves, that still doing DNA studies to identify who died, how did they die, and what actually happened. And this is what I think the lesson I think we should learn and copy from them. Then what about Rwanda? For 100 days, 1 million Tutsis and moderate Hutus were murdered by their own people, by Hutus, simply because they were Tutsis. So at the end of it as well, they established the commission. The results had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where people came out and the perpetrators have been arrested. So many people are still serving their jail terms till date as we keep talking, as we are still talking. And they sort of did a self-reflection and examination of what happened during that genocide that lasted for 100 days. And today Rwanda has healed. Rwanda has become a leading African nation too. The country, let me not say that, the country is healing very well because there has been justice, because there can be no progress, meaningful progress without justice. And that is why, since the Nigerian state has tried to close the mouth or tried to bury any issue about Biafra, it has never ever rested. So we are still being haunted by the ghost of Biafra, because we've not had that opportunity to come out and say, I did wrong, I wronged you. Even Yakubu Gowon couldn't offer an official I am sorry for the Asaba massacre. He just said I'm sorry on his personal capacity, but the Nigerian state hasn't recognized even the Asaba massacre, which drew international attention, and people were really shocked at what happened. So the Okuta panel too came up. They tried to do this. Yohanes Ndibo made a very lovely and powerful presentation. They sought reparation and the rest of them. But you and I know that Okuta panel reports never saw the light of the day, and none of it, I have a copy of it, none of it was implemented by any government, including the Obasanjo government that set up that commission and funded it with the taxpayers' money. Now in Guatemala too, ongoing revolution is going on there now, because there was a 36-year conflict between the government and a leftist group, in which 200,000 civilians were killed, and more than 40,000 never identified in crime perpetrated by the government and high agencies. So what happened is that this guy from the US a Guatemalan to the US, galvanized support, and had to use DNA stuff to really dig up issues, dig up graves and the rest of them, and they've been documenting each and every death. I have a source here where the video is, but the video is about 9 minutes, so I don't know if it's something I would have really loved us to listen to if there is time. Next time, okay. Okay, thank you. So I'll carry on. So now the lessons from there is that more than today, they've issued almost 30,000 bodies. They have named them, they've identified their relatives, they've identified them even by their photographs, or how they died, where they died, or the last close they wore the day they left. And those, they collaborated stories from their families, and those that have really matched so many of the mass graves, where you can even see them shot on the head, skeletons with holes on the head, and even skeletons tied behind the back before they were buried. Okay, so I've talked about the Bad Hashem, which is the World Holocaust Remembrance Site in Jerusalem, and they've done in documenting 6 million Jews. So what are the lessons we can learn from this? Every Nisan 27, according to the Jewish calendar, the entire nation of Israel stands still. In fact, it's always very, very moving. If you Google it to watch the standing still, you even see cars on the expressway, people in the marketplace, people anyway, they park their cars once the siren goes off on that day. It's a holy day, it's a day they are really sober about what happened. And everybody stands up for 2 minutes, leave whatever they are doing, just in honor of the dead. And after that, they would reaffirm never again, because they've now been established in their homeland and they're protecting themselves and not under the attack of many nations as they were previously. So I think we can name our big teams, especially as now we have a few of them alive. I'm glad to have heard from our big brother here, Ike Peters, who was part of it. That generation is fast going. It's time for us to sit down and have a chat with them individually as a group in our communities, in our villages. We need to take down their stories. We need to get down the names of people who died. Families can submit the names of those that died. So we can begin in our local communities, in our towns, to begin to raise memorials in their honor. Because if I come to my local train station here and I see names of those who died in any of the wars, including the senseless ones that the British Empire fought, you see them in the train stations, local post office, you see them at city center, city council squares, you see them in local church parishes and the rest of it all. Then I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have the names of our uncles or grandparents who died in the genocide in our own place. So we can see there's a massacre. This, though, doesn't look good, but at least it's an attempt to put names and faces and humanity to this, so that it won't just be like stories. People can come here and read the names of those that died. Know that these were actually real people. These were sons that left the house but never returned. Fathers that their children will never have the opportunity of calling fathers again. And mothers and wives who became widows when these men went out to greet the Nigerian troops. So we also know that here, the Amiral Day, by 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month, even during ward rounds or whatever, we stand up and observe a minute or two silence in remembrance of those that died within the wars. So if you can also do this for our people, we have May 30, which is the day our nation was declared. So if we can also bring it out as a public holiday, not just a holiday, just as a day of sitting down to reflect, as a day of reflecting and honoring these dead people, especially the children that were starved to death, and even those that were transferred to places like Gabon that never came back. Children with almost lost identity. So finally, it begins with an idea, that's genocide. It begins with one man, then it spreads like wildfire to catch up everybody. And it targets people, because when it happened to Igbos, those from other parts of Nigeria too that looked like Igbos, like even in the last election where they insisted that Igbos shouldn't vote in certain places in Lagos, there were even Yorubas, because they sounded like Igbos or they looked like Igbos, that they even prevented from doing it. And that's one funny thing about genocide, because or such targeted killings, is that most times it takes on bystanders. And that is why after the Holocaust, 6 million Jews died, but 54 million other people died. And the world had worked very hard after the First World War to prevent, after the Second World War, to prevent, after the First World War to prevent Hitler or to curb his excessiveness. That would have saved, but everybody kept quiet because it didn't concern them, they were not Jews. People kept quiet because they're not Igbos. But at the end of the day too, not just only Igbos were killed. Some people that they felt looked like Igbos were killed. The same thing in Rwanda too. Not Tutsis only were killed. Even the Hutus, the moderate Hutus, who didn't believe in that rubbish that was going on too, they were also killed in it. So I think we can learn lessons from our tragic past. And by learning the lessons from our tragic past, we can echo that timeless creed of Ndibo that says also, Amen, never again. Thank you very much.
Very good. I hope you've all learned something today. There's a road task ahead of us. You mustn't forget to keep that for the kids. You mustn't forget we have a guest who made that today. Wonderful people we need to carry on the education, which is in those books. And whilst you're setting up, I mustn't forget to mention that we normally have Professor Ekion to join us, and he's reading a book of Nigeria Not So Civil War. There's a new book out, so make effort to go for it. So that will educate you from a young person's perspective who survived the war. And Delhi's now got so many books, I don't know.
Thank you again. One lesson that I brought back from my recent trip in China, in terms of how the Chinese have achieved their miracle, was a premium that they attached for understanding history. Similar to that phrase that the last speaker mentioned, he said, never again. I didn't understand.
It's a Negro problem. So if something last year has happened, pray it does not happen again. But they never say it should happen again if it's a good thing.
So never again. The Chinese have the concept of the 100 years of national humiliation. Speak to any Chinese person, they know history. They know their history. That is how you empower your people. You must know your history. They must. Your children must know your history. The gentleman, the DJ veteran, when I was listening to his story, I said that story needs to be documented. This is my mother-in-law's story. It was when I used to listen to some of the things she was saying. I said, you need to get it down in a book. Leaving it to oral history will get lost. It will get distorted. This is a short section on Afia attack and other business endeavors in Jazz.
Afia attack.
Afia attack.
They went behind the enemy line.
We would set off in the evening and trek from Ujali to Ufuma. We would then trek down to Enugu Abbey, get to Umuogene, and next stop was the Nigeria side of Oji River, where the Afia attack business took place. We would pay for overnight sleeping space on the floor in a school hall before moving on to Oji River the next day. Because of the war, there were no vehicles, and we had to rely on guides who knew the tracks. Boys would go to Enugu, which is now occupied by the Nigerian side, to buy bags of British salt. They had a market somewhere in Oji River that was controlled by the Nigerian army. But we were always too afraid to go over to that side. What we did was to pay some Biafra soldiers who would lead us to the place from Ujali. If we saw other Biafran soldiers who we hadn't paid, we would throw down our salt and run. The stories must be documented. That is the life and times of Mrs. Evelyn Ene, a Biafra war survivor. This one is not written by me. This one was written, is the memoirs of, we have the story of the young man from Columbia University, Bruce Mayrow, who sacrificed his life to support or out of protest for what was going on. This Harold Smith sacrificed his life, Oxford graduate. See, some of the most enlightened people at the best university. He knew the price. All his own colleagues, his contemporaries, were all members of parliament, members of cabinet. He was the one who stood up and said, this is wrong. And there's a passage I would have liked to share with you very briefly, just to give you a flavor of what he covers. This is his own memoirs. They blocked it from publication, but we got it published. Got in at 2:03. Wait me a second, I'll just read you a small section. The various constitutional conferences in London, which led up to independence, were not as significant as they appeared, because, as I've already outlined, the elections were rigged, and the coalitions formed even before the 1959 federal election results were known. One Igbo academic supporter of Zeke, Kanu Ezra, in a distinguished and scholarly work, Constitutional Developments in Nigeria, correctly predicted the coalition lineup of the political parties at independence. In theory, the two southern parties, the Action Group and Zeke's party, the Excellency, would have teamed up against the northern NPC to make sure they did not. Having already made extensive preparations to avoid such an outcome, the Governor General called on the leader of the Northerners, his friend, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, to form a government even before all the results of the 1959 elections were counted. The hotels in London where the delegations at the Lancaster House Constitutional Conference were staying were wired up for sound by MI5 so that the Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, the Colonial Secretary, and Sir John Macpherson, former Governor General and now head of the Colonial Office, could eavesdrop on what the Nigerians were discussing amongst themselves. As the Harold Smith story, this one is, they took history off the syllabus. This is the history of Nigeria, written by myself. It is comprehensive. It is comprehensive. It is objective. I commend it to you. And lastly,
You have audio version as well.
there's an audio version. Those who don't like reading books, you can get the audio version. And then there's this one has been getting a lot of publicity lately. A slave ship called Jesus. This is the story of the slave trade, written by us this time, but more importantly, abolition. How it was the Africans who abolished the slaves. Wilberforce started afterwards. If the Haiti had not happened, Toussaint Louverture enslaved Africa, the Wilberforce campaign wouldn't have followed. Thank you for the opportunity. I should be able
We've got some children here with doing some singing, and we have a national coordinator children, please.
All right? Encourage them, let's clap.
Have you got a song for us? Hold in mind. Let's hear you sing.
Akụkọ na-asụ ụsụ, anaghị na-apụta, onye nwere nkasi obi, ọ ga-apụta akụkọ, ma ọ bụrụ na nne gị na nna gị nwee ego, ma ọ bụrụ na nne gị na nna gị nwee ego, anyị agbachago akụkọ, anyị agbachago akụkọ, ekele ndị nkụzi kụziri anyị akụkọ.
Thank you.
Remember another one? You remember another one? Oh, and come on, okay.
Chika, one day I want you go. Allow the sister to sing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Go on.
Akụkọ na-asọ ọsọ, ọ na-abịara na mmụta, anya nwere nkasi obi, ọ ga-amụta akụkọ, ma ọ bụrụ na nne gị na nna gị nwee ego.
Thank you.
Thank you for the mic. Yes, give me the mic. Thank you very much. The time is fast spent. We now invite our national coordinator to round us up. And in fact, also say the closing prayer. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
IPOB, IPOB, one united, indivisible, indefatigable family.
IPOB.
Onye mbuzo jabu oni bazo na chukwe kwela. Onye mbuzo jabu oni bazo na chukwe kwela. Ainaga niru.